Right, so decided to take on the Blender challenge by Zerobio. If you haven't checked his YouTube out, definitely check it out. Great channel, great community. This is probably the second challenge I've tried on from his community. Yeah, and he set one for magic and spells where everyone was doing like a little magic spell room kind of thing or theme. And he goes through and he went through the communities ones. I was a bit late to this um challenge, but he does say at the end. He said, as when I was watching, he says you can still do the challenge, and I still did it. It was great because I learned a lot of new things, and I learned what I still need to work on, and I had to think really hard about what I wanted to create and stuff like this. Roughly took me about 7 hours, and I'll show you that in a second. Um, but yeah, he went through and he goes through and shows you all these people's stuff, creative designs and renders, which is amazing for his community. Um, they all have different styles, different artwork, different ideas, which is cool. Even different themes, different So it was amazing. All kinds of levels as well, which is cool. People that are starting, people are learning, which is I think I like this community. It's very cool. But yeah, and then this is Zerobio's one, which is cool as well. His own style. He used Eevee render, he said. Anyway, I'm gonna show you what I did now. So let me just close this down and open up Blender. Okay, so this is my final scene. So if you don't want to watch the entire 7 hours, which is a long time, if it's just me waffling, struggling, certain times I go quiet, you can kind of just watch it here and see. I mean, you can see the end results here. As you can see, I went for like a nice, cozy, low poly version of this magical spell. Um, as you can see here, let's see. Let me show you in the rendered mode over here in cycles. I'll just use cycles to render. Um, a lot of this are fake, so like that's fake fog light, so that's just actual mesh. It's actual geometry there, with like a alpha texture. You can watch this in the videos and stuff like this. Kind of learned as I went along and built new things as I went. But yeah, I really enjoyed this. This was a fun project. Got textures, I've got this illuminating, I've got the letters kind of flying off. Um, but yeah, I enjoyed this one. Maybe I'll check if there's other previous ones that I can do as well. Set me a challenge and I can work on stuff that I need to as well. But yeah, I enjoyed it. Anyway, hope you enjoyed the video. I'm gonna delete everything in here. Boom. And I'll also just turn on my screencast so you can see what buttons I'm pressing if you want to follow along. You don't have to. It's not a rule or law, or maybe you want to see what I press or key buttons or whatever on there. Anyway, I'm gonna just pop that back out, pop that back in. So N, if you noticed, N pops the toolbar, toolbox, or these tools back in and out. Anyway, I'm gonna start with, because everyone had candles, so I'm gonna create my own candle. So I'm gonna go cylinder, and we'll make a few different sizes. Let's kind of see how this, move this up, and it looks alright for one candle. I'm gonna go into add some edge loop cuts, boom, boom, and then I will actually maybe should add some more. Doesn't really matter. What I'm going to do is do some proportional editing. Select these edges here and just kind of drag it like it's melted. I can just drag it down. I can do it like that. And I'll drag some of this down. And I'll drag some of this because it's melted wax, right? It's not perfect. and just drag that, and maybe a bit in the back here. There we go. So hopefully you can see we've got a candle. I'm gonna get rid of that bottom face because we don't really need it. And we're not flipping the candle upside down or anything like that. And then I'll add a geometry. Actually, before I do geometry, let's just extrude some. So let's just extrude, select some. So this is kind of like the melted wax, right? I want to kind of extrude all the, let me select this entire loop first and then kind of Control or Alt Shift click some of these away. There we go. Actually, it doesn't matter. I'll select the whole loop there. I'm being a bit picky. Kind of select these. Maybe some of these. Maybe one of these. There we go. Actually, maybe that looks too much there, or something like that. Anyway, for now, and then I'm just going to say extrude along the normals. Boom. And I'm going to move down. There we go. I'm happy with that. Melted candle. Now I'm going to just do generate subdivision surface. Increase that. Shade auto smooth. Kind of looks like a melted candle. Kind of got this hard edge here. I need to get rid of. It's not a problem too much. And we can pull these faces a little bit up. Actually, we can just add the edge loop. Let's add the edge loop in here. Kind of. There we go. That kind of fixed that sharp edge there. And now I'm going to add another one. One more. Okay. Yeah, we're going to just pull some more, extrude some more faces out. I'm going to just turn the cage on, and then have some additional drip. So maybe this one I'll extrude down. Oops, turn proportional scale off. There we go. And E. There we go. So these ones are kind of, you can see if I select that loop, kind of move this into the body a little bit. It doesn't have to be perfect. Kind of push this in. And maybe from here, I'm going to press E. Just drip in E. E. There we go. I'll do this again. E. And open it up here. E. So it's starting to look like a candle. So here might do the same. E. And kind of push this in. Anywhere that it just looks kind of flat or kind of, I'm just going to add like here. This looks like it needs something. There we go. And we've got a melted candle. Now that's I can see that's going out too far because I've kind of dragged it along, and I just push that back in. I can get away with that. There we go. So let's say that's one candle modeled, and we can reuse this. We can just shift D and just move this one over to the side here. And then maybe we'll scale this up and down. So it's a shorter one, more stubby one, you know. Also, I wanted to do on here, I can also add additional edge loop. Maybe on this one, I was thinking just now, like the base is way too sharp. If we've got melted candle, maybe some of the, some of the wax or the bottom of it is kind of, because you pour wax on the thing at the bottom and then you stick it on, right? So if that makes sense, if that makes sense, like, so it's not, yeah, so maybe like this. Can I check a deselect? Yeah. Check, is there a deselect random? Select random? Nope. If only there was a deselect random. There we go. Probably there was, but I just don't know. Let's just do those and kind of drag this out and so it doesn't have to be perfect. If I go from the top, I'm just going to look at this from above. X-ray mode, maybe below. I don't know how to look at this. Maybe I'll just do proportional editing and just kind of grab this face here. Grab some of this. There we go. That's alright. I'm happy with that. Not looking like, not looking like a cylinder like that. And again, this one, we can kind of just E. Let's turn off the proportion, E. Let's turn on the proportion again, and maybe these, slightly different. There's no wrong or right. There we go. And again, I'll do the same on this. This time, this one will just be more everything. Yeah. Let's scale this. Sorry if I go quiet from time to time, if I'm just thinking. You know. Should we do vertices and move this? I believe when you move it, you can kind of scroll in with the wheel anyway, and kind of get from above. Now we should be able to look at kind of shape it a bit. So I have a candle. What happened here? I may have moved this up by accident. And then pull this back down. Cool. I'm going to move this over here. Shift D. I want another one similar size, just maybe slightly smaller. I'm not going to do too much work to this. I'm just going to kind of proportionate editing and again change this. And I guess when we rotate them and you look at even if they're similar, go. They all look similar, but hopefully not too similar. You know, let me rotate that. Let me see this. I don't like. I'll of course extrude this. So proportional of E. I think something like that will work. Now we need to put a little wick in each one. Don't forget to save your work. I'm gonna close magic and spells underscore and spells. Save. Gonna go mesh. Now I want a. Let's see what we have in curves. We have a spiral. What's a knot? Yeah. Or is not braided knot? What's a braided knot? Let's see. Oh, so okay. Does it go up? Strands. Thickness. Width. Oh, it's actual braided. Okay. I mean, that's cool. Maybe I'll use that for something. I don't know. I'm just kind of looking. I've never actually played around with this. Huh? That's cool. Let's go back to curves. Let's just get just a spiral. Spiral. This one? Let's see this one. Whoa. I guess it'll be height. Because we don't want radius growth, but we want to bring that radius in. And I guess I don't need that many. And of course I don't need this many steps. And I don't need this many turns. I'd say something like that. And then let's increase that. Where's bevel? This is extra. You don't need to do it. It could just be a cylinder, to be honest. I'll fill the cap. I don't know if it's just unnecessary detail. Because I kind of like the, it looks like it's some kind of string. It looks too big. And looks too much going on. Let's delete that. I'm just going to stick with a cylinder. I'm not going to overcomplicate this. I'm just going to use a generate bevel. Boom. Drop a subdivision and shade of the smell. Boom. Kind of scale this. And we'll do proportional and then kind of just Control A, scale, and if we play around with the bevel, there we go. I think that's okay, and I can kind of just drag this over, and drag this over, and And I'm just gonna position this. One thing I noticed, the tops look kind of weird. I can see this edge. I guess because I mean, I could probably just a good fill. Wow. That looks better on the top anyway. This terrible. Look at this. It's terrible. Maybe I'll do the same on this. Yeah, looks much smoother instead of this. Probably not the best way to do it, and I'm sure there's a better way. And what? Just out of interest, what is beauty face? I'm gonna just press the button and see what it does. What does that do? Nothing? Nothing. I don't know what it does. Maybe I need to read up on it. Anyway, for now, candles. I'm gonna select all of these. I'm gonna call these Thrifty Collection candles. Great. And then let's just name some of these objects. Wick 1, candle 1, candle 2, wick 2, candle 3, and wick 3. There we go. Okay. So maybe this one. Now the heights are they're very too close. Maybe they're too close. I don't mind these two being very similar, but this one kind of I want it to be longer. So let's see if I can stretch this a little. Without looking. It would work. It will work as long as I'm in X-ray mode. Let's see. Turn the X-ray off. Yeah, maybe make this tiny bit smaller now. I want to scale this up. Looking at like compared to if I was to put it side by side. So then we can say that was the original size, you know, and then that's it. Like that one's been on longer, or this one's just started to melt, you know. I'm gonna go hit E. Push this against the body. This one here, oh my god. Okay. Maybe I can kind of cover this one side bit up. Yeah, I think that's okay. Oh, it's good. Let's make a little plate for the big one. Doesn't have to be massive. Save. I'm gonna hit save again. I want some kind of bowl, so I'm gonna just use a sphere. UV sphere, something like this. Tab, X-ray. Delete these faces. And I say object, center, origin, surface of mesh. Let's kind of get a shape I want. So select these and scale this in. Set this edge loop. Solidify. We want a bevel. And shade that auto smooth. I'm just going to add a sub D. Cool. Got a nice little smooth tray of clay. Now just select these. I'm gonna for this one, should I say, a little bit smaller than the bowl. Let me look at it from above. Yeah, it's okay. Maybe squash it. Maybe I stretched it too much. I don't know. I'm being very picky right now. I haven't even like. Let's kind of play like that. And I just pull these down. I think that's okay for candles. For the handle, you know, there's old. They just. I'm gonna go with my style, so I'm gonna go like, something like quite chunky. Bring the radius down first, and then something like this. Let's see how above. Yeah. Let's see. I might be wrong. If it's up a little. And not mind that. With the collection candles. What this is like. Handle. Handle. Candle handle. I just got this candle dish. Something like that. Anyway, we have candles. I might I need to do little flame things. That little let me like this, and then this parent object, and then parent object, and this parent object. Now I can just select this, select this, and I can kind of move this around easier. And it cleans up this. Now this braided thing we don't really need. So let's move these over to the side for now. Or should I do, let me do the, should I do the flame? Yeah, let's do the flame right now. Or I can do later. It doesn't matter. I'm kind of just let's flesh out the scene. So build all the little assets I want. So I've got some candles. Hopefully, wasn't too boring. And then hit save one more time. Okay. Now I want to build like the magic book. So let's start with some kind of, I don't know, should I start with a plane? Something simple. I'm going to scale this like that. If I use this, actually look at it from above. Let's say, okay, say this is one half of the book. This can be the, like, what's that called? The column, middle part, and then this can be the next page. I'm hoping. So how many got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. About 5. Just over 5. 5 and a bit. So into edit mode. I'll take proportional editing off E. Then, oops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and a bit. They don't look the same. Wait. 1, 2, 4, 5 and a bit. Okay. Can't did it by eye. The reason I did that is this the middle. So what I can do is just bevel these edge loops. And I'm reinforcing this edge here. I can push this down. So this is the cover of the book. Right, so if I go add geometry, bevel, add a solidify, put the solidify first, and I'll create that thickness, and we're also gonna shade this smooth. If I add a, I know I'm adding a lot of subdivisions. I'm just going for this. It's just the kind of look I want to go for. Yeah, I may need to add a loop cut. I may. Let's see. Oh. I won't let me add. Let me go to turn the gauge on so I can see. I can't see the gauge. I don't know about that. The even thickness. Nope. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of bevel. What we're gonna do, undo. I need this right now. The edges. Oh. The vertices? No. Dissolve edge. There we go. Make sure there's no additional vertices left behind. Through the long normal. Okay, let's see how this behaves. So now if I add a subdivision surface, now I can see the cage on. I want to add a solidify before. So why is it going like all funny? I don't know. It's going all funny. I want to push it out like this. If this is the ground, also if this is like a surface, it's an X-ray. I want these. The book has to be something like this. Just doesn't look proportional. Okay. I mean, that's looking maybe more. It's looking better, but I'm not gonna add one down the middle. Make this a little bit more curved. I wish this was let's see. That makes that too. Let's see how this looks. Add a okay, a little bit better, but not better. Not good enough. Here, okay. So I need a loop here and a loop here. Okay, that's kind of looking a little bit better. No, nope, nope, nope. It's a little bit better. Can't see that anything happening. Oh, here we go. Oh, this was the problem. Okay, maybe I can put this back down a tiny bit. Yeah, that'll do. I know it took me a while to get that looking how I want, but with that. Now I've got to do the stupid pages like in between. So now I'm thinking, can I just duplicate this kind of? And if I was to, for example, select the entire top face. It doesn't select the entire top face. It just does. Boom, boom. I'll just turn these off. There we go. Easier to see. This will go like up. So these could be the pages in the book almost. However, the curve, this curve, this page, the books don't. This doesn't do that in the middle. They go up, so they'll be the opposite way. So this would be opposite this curve. Would be going up. That makes sense. So if I select the scale, we go in this direction, kind of. Maybe too much. Because that's because a book it is like that. It is. I'm right. But it's gonna be this whole bottom as well. Oh man. Actually, what am I doing? I can just extract from here or select invert. Delete. That's the object. Center origin. That look right. It does look right. I don't know. Because like when you open a book, the pages tend to like the spine here of the papers will kind of bend out, but then it's like it's thick and then it goes kind of thin here to the middle, but it still bends out. I don't know. I don't know if I'm doing this, thinking this right, but I think that's how it works. I push this down. Let's go this out. Maybe. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's right because then the more I have, it'll be out from here, right? Or from here, I should say. I would think anyway. Like if I was to, for example, I'll just do. I don't know if this is page and from the side. I don't know. I'm just kind of guessing. Vertices. X-ray. Maybe I can fill that in. I don't know. If this is filled in, I can block it in. Let's turn these back on. I think that could work. I'll get rid of this loop. Let me get rid of this loop. This doesn't do anything. It's just to make my life a bit easier. Is this one not deleted? There we go. I don't know. I don't know. Let's select these two. I think I can get rid of this half and just mirror it, right? I don't know. I'm just kind of doing. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm doing something. Doing it as I go along. Just kind of making it up. I have no reference, so I just kind of. That's what can go wrong, right? There's not. I'm not. I'm just going off my brain. What I think it looks like. Can I fill this in? If I think that is what a book is, because if I do the other side, let me move this in. Yeah. Get rid of this edge here. And then select it if it allows me. Let's move this around. I don't know if that will work, but how do if I were to put the lines in? Loop cut won't work because I need to go across. Maybe I'll texture it. This can be the object. We're going along the Y. Nope, it's not using the same object. Okay, just gonna add a empty room. It's empty. There we go. Now if I select the empty, I can kind of just move this. I don't know if I'm overthinking the book. Like the arch is wrong now because something like that. There we go. That's the kind of. It's bigger. Gonna move these in. So go from top, move this in. Let's see. Ah, kind of like that. I think I need to figure out how I'm gonna do like the pages, the actual lines. Oh, I can actually do this as well. Select this edge loop. Let's move this out the way. Maybe I don't want the mirror for now. Until separate selection. Um, let's see. I really like that. This I don't like too much, but let's see. Increase that solidify. There we go. Let's go back here, turn the mirror back on, and then of course push this empty back. Okay, from the side. I think that's okay. That from here, yeah. Okay, I can just duplicate this. Uh-oh, what happened here? Let's undo, 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 undo. Get rid of proportional editing. There we go. Can I see the cage? Because it's so I can't see the cage. I don't know. Sorry if I'm yawning. It is 1:30 a.m. But I was inspired to do this challenge, and I'm gonna do it. Let's put this in. So this page would be, if this is higher up, then this page should slide in a little bit more. So it should be shorter. See how that looks. Yeah, I think that looks like a kind of like a book. If I do one side on here, actually, can I just cheat? Shift D. Whoa. Come on. Let's go N. Let's go to item minus 180. Minus 180. There we go. I can push this in. Delete this one. I think that's okay, to be honest. If I can texture that or something, it might look good. Now the book cover looks too boring. Let's add mesh cubes. Let's add some little metal plates in the middle. Add generate. This one should be straightforward. Boom. Boom. Maybe I want L shape. Boom, boom. Let's see. Easiest way. What's the easiest way? Push this face in. Lip cut. And just pull that face out that I want. So look at it. X-ray. Vertices. Boom. E. 2 square. ES. Yes. Yeah, I like that. Goes with this goes with that. And it feels like it's all together, same. And let me turn my cavities on as well. Oh, helps it bring it a bit more. And just reduce that valley darkness. There we go. I kind of like the look of that. Now I just got to put that in each four corners. Great. Shift D. And make sure it aligns as well. Which it doesn't. And I just noticed there's something issue right there. So I got those two done. Kind of. Maybe that's sticking out too much. Let's push this back in. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. I'm just doing it by eye, to be honest. To be honest, the bottom doesn't matter because it sits on the table. Yeah, I think that's okay. I'm gonna put all of this in a collection. Move to collection. Spellbook. Save. And then of course these don't need, I don't know, corner, I call bracket, I don't know, bracket 1, bracket 2, bracket 3, and bracket 4. It's empty for the mirror. I might as well just, if I apply the mirror, then I need the empty really. There we go. Cover, pages, and then it will just be pages, and it adds the number automatically, pages. As long as it's spelled the same. There we go. Pages. File, save. That's how that. Okay. I have a book. I have candles. I need a table. Let's get a cube. Look at it from above. I'm thinking if the table width, if this is the book, then this, how big is my table? I'm thinking I don't want a massive table. Is something like that? I don't know. Go from the side here, pull this down. This is gonna be this is like a plank or something, like a wooden plank. Um, yeah, draw a scale. Kind of. I use an array modifier. Well, I want to go the other direction for this one. Oh, where's the say 5? I think that looks alright. Should we randomize this a little bit? Randomize rotation. Not so it's not perfect. I don't want it to be. Nothing's perfect, right? There we go. Slightly offset. So it's not perfect. I mean, very subtle, maybe. Like that. There we go. It's imperfections. Save. So this is the table. So table. I can kind of just position these items on the table now. So if I look at it from above, maybe I want the candle somewhere around here. I don't know. This candle. Oh, sure. Let's get another candle over here. We're gonna have the candle over here. I don't know. We can move these around and see. What's this error? Node. Oh, this is the Adobe. Ignore. Stupid Adobe thing. What's it called? Creative Clouds. Doesn't uninstall correctly, and I keep on getting that. I think I'm looking at this. Is this even touching the table? No, it's just floating. I don't want it melted on the table. Let's make sure this is like it's on the actual surface. I'm even thinking, let's move this in. I want it quite small space, so thinking this table can come in smaller. Bit smaller, not too small. I've still got space I can use. Just looking at everything. This looks kind of funny, but it's not funny. Okay. I'll turn the cavities off just for a second. I think it's okay. I think it's okay. It's not terrible. Let's put some legs in for the table. And of course table. I'll call this table top. And then I'll just shift this will be the table leg, of course. So I'll keep. I don't need the array. I want to rotate this, and I also want to scale it. So I'm gonna square it off. Boom. Does that look square? Control A, scale. Yeah, that'll do. Shift D. Let's look at that from above. Yeah. Shift D. I'll rotate this 90 degrees. Oh, scale it a bit down. I'll look at it from the side here. X-ray, tab. So these faces, boom. Control A, scale. I think that looks alright, you know. I don't mind it. It's not perfect, but I don't mind it. And I'll just kind of move these this side. It's my magic table. I think it's missing something, so it should maybe add some kind of plant pot or something. I don't know, something. I don't want to do like what everyone else doing, like pentagrams and bottles and stuff. You know, I want to keep it kind of clean, subtle. Let's do plant pot. Plant pot was it's not a bad idea. It's gonna put a plant pot here. Is it from the side? I don't know. Is it too big? Does it look too big? I'm just kind of looking at how I want to like view this. Trying to get an idea of what's the right size. I think that's alright. I don't know. I don't know. And let's select the edge. E. Actually, I want the S and then E. Like that. It looks like more like a plant pot. So I'm going to swap those around. And look, yeah, now it looks like it's sitting on the table. I mean, oh, it's not sitting on the table here. From this view, that's not good. There we go. I don't mind that being there because that's just the gap, like the angle of the wood. As long as it's sitting between two. And then is this sitting? Yeah, this kind of sitting on the table. That's fine. Don't want it looking like it's floating. Let's get a mesh. UV sphere. Boom, 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 boom. Squish it down. Boom, boom. This is the soil. And the soil and the plant. Of course, we don't need half of the faces on here. we go. Even that is a little bit too big. Let's get a mesh plane. This is going to be the leaf. I need to name this, put this plant pot and all this in another collection because actually let's do this. Put this in a collection. Collection table. So that's a little bit better. Then kind of minimize these and then work on the plant pot and stuff. Let me hit save. Edge loop. Boom. And boop. Boop. Boom. Scale this in. Scale this in. Scale this in. Add. I'm going to kind of shape this into a leaf a bit. And then just kind of shape this, give it a curve. That's one side I'm doing it. Oh, because I pushed those back. And another edge loop here. And I'm going to scale this to 0. See how that looks. What in the world have I done? There we go. I mean, it looks like a pointy leaf here. Maybe this is going too much. Maybe these two. Yeah, that's what the heck is that? Can I just boom boom? Maybe that'll be better. Just to merge them. There we go. I did something last time. There we go. I think it was on here. Yeah. Oh, it's that on normal. There we go. I want the pivot here. So I'm gonna go top view, origin. Just gonna move that pivot here. Look at it from the side. And I'm gonna go over here. Gonna do this. I'm gonna shape it a little bit more. Um, let's try an array. Array. Circle array. I think that's okay. The and then let's turn off the array. Gonna go in. Why is it not smooth in this? See how that looks. Yeah, it will work. Not perfect, but it's a plot. Maybe I'll reduce the number and I'll just do the randomize. Something like that. And where's this rotation? Yeah, and then just make this a little bit of randomize. Very, very little. There we go. We have a little plant on our desk. Now I feel that's too big now. I'm looking like when I'm looking at it, it looks maybe the pot is too big. Maybe the whole thing's too big. I think that looks alright. Let's kind of all of this. Move the new collection. Plant. Create. Parent to object. Where's P? Object. Control P. There we go. I think it looks okay. Just a little bit floating there. There we go. Not a good idea to have the candle next to it, but I think that's okay. Maybe push it back. I don't know. I don't know. Let's kind of do like we need to write in the book something, so you need some kind of pen or what's those things? Ink and feather or whatever. I forgot what they called it. Whatever the feather thing is called. Is it a quill? I don't know. Make a little ink bottle. Then I'll stick it here. The right-handed, so the feather and the ink we're going to put on the right side. Let's have a cube. Do we have a cube? Also, the cylinder. Let's have a cylinder. Let's go into X-ray so I can see it. And I want to bring down the count. 12, maybe less than 12. Let's see. 8. 6 is okay. This will be my bottle. No, it doesn't look like a bottle, but it will be. This. That's way too big for a bottle. Compared to the plant pot, that is humongous. Take a look. I think something like that. Portion. Looking at half. Yeah. I'm gonna inset this face. And then I'm gonna extrude the long face. And I want to extrude out, so let's just do ES and then scale out. And then E. Oh, I got a stupid proportional one. There we go. Then I want to scale in. And actually, I don't want to scale in. I'll do solidify. So I'll just delete this face. Yeah. I think that will work. Let's see, generate. Solidify. I want a bevel as well. Let's put a bevel on this. There we go. And solidify. And then just add a subdivision. Get a nice kind of bottle, different shape. It doesn't have to be round. And then shade auto smooth. This is a bit funny here. Whoa, what's going on here? Okay, so let's check the solidify, or the bevel, should I say. So I want thickness, of course. There we go. We've got some kind of funny business going on here. That's not what I want. Okay. A that's better. That. Yeah. And that's not as. Yeah, I think that's okay. Let me select this inner inside loop. Maybe something like this. I kind of look. Hopefully, it looks good when it's got glass material on there. I don't know. I need to kind of fill this in as well. So with some ink. So add mesh. Actually, I'm just. Oh, what am I doing? I'll just add another cylinder. That will sit right inside. May not even see what's inside, depending on what type of glass I'll go for, or colors, or I don't know. Let's see. But anyway, get it from here, look at it from here. Well, that's ink glass. Um, move to collection, ink. Now I need to make a feather. I've never made a feather before, so plain. Now I'm gonna treat it like a plant, just with a lot more. Something like that, right? I can scale it once again. Let's split down the middle. Boom, 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 boom. Like this. Bevel vertices. We only need one. So, and then we delete those faces. Alright, and then take a look at from above. as long as it doesn't cut. Oh. Gotta use a texture to be honest, like a feather texture with an alpha. Maybe I'll go back and do that. We'll do that tomorrow. Thinking to call it a night and then come back fresh and work on this. But let me just see if this works even. Well, I forgot to taper it, but kind of go like this. So here, and move these vertices in. Nah, I don't think this will work. It looks so jagged. I don't know. It may work. Let me just try, but I don't think it will work. Nope. I can tell you that. Nah, I'll use a texture. So I'll do. Basically, I'll just get a plane and we'll just kind of just shape it. So we'll go deform. We can use a bend tool. So where's the deform? Bend. We want to bend it on the Y, I believe. Now we need to add, of course. Actually, do we need to, or can we just use add the subdivision and say simple and increase the count and place it there? Does that do anything? No, it doesn't affect. I assume I thought that would have done something like that. You have to increase that. Is it not doing anything? It's not. I twist it. That twists. No problem. So bend. Oh, object origin. So you need an origin. I'll just use this empty. There we go. And this should bend right. Alright, it's doing something. Ah. So can we just rotate this? There we go. That's what I want. I wanted it to do that. 90. So why didn't it do it on the other axis? I only want like a slight curve. And then I put a feather texture on there. I apply this. I should have parented the. Actually, I can just extrude out that. Right. Oh. Separate selection. So that I want to convert to curve. And the curve, I'm going to add a tube. There we go. And then that's the feather. Let's see. Of course, this would be Alt S, kind of tapers. So taper because that's the writing end. Stick a cap on it. Boom. Boom, boom. And I think that would work, you know. As long as I get a nice texture tomorrow, I think that would work. It's not too crazy. It's too far. So if someone was sitting here, they would leave it closer to the edge where they was using it. I don't know. He didn't know. I think that will work. That looks like you can imagine feather texture there. Then maybe I'll have a window here. I'm thinking. Let me see. Let me scribble. So I'm thinking if this is my corner, this is my corner of the wall. Like I always do the isometrics. This is gonna be another little isometric that I always do. Like that. This could be like kind of cobblestones or whatever. And then I'm thinking have a window. That's a little window here. It's gonna be like wooden beams. Something like that. I don't know, wooden beam here. I don't know. And then this like a brick wall. I don't know. And of course I have the little extra that base. I think that would look well. And then the lights coming in here. The light's shining in. I think that would work. I'm not sure how. Oh yeah, I need to do the fire. Do fire, and then the magic part. I want to have my idea is the magic. Maybe like some kind of particles or something coming out the book or something. Like the words are coming off the page. And like glowing or something. I don't know. I have a think, but I want it. I don't want to do pentagram or stuff like that. I want to do something kind of different. Um, yeah, maybe particles and some kind of like the words are coming off the book in the room. Anyway, let me hit save. You have a great night, and tomorrow I'll finish it off. Hopefully, have a good night. Bye bye. All right. Good morning. I am back. Hopefully, I can pick up where I left off from. Kind of doodled last night what I wanted to do. Let's finish this off. So I'm going to just scribble out this doodle. Where's the eraser? Let's erase all of this. It's a big brush. There we go. Get rid of all that. Cool. So I've already prepared that feather texture, so I could do that now, but I'll do it when I'm doing all the materials. Let's kind of box this in, so create this environment. Do I need this anymore? Am I still using this empty? What was this plane? So this is the plane for that and that. I think I didn't. Did I apply? Let's see. Yeah, I don't need that empty because last night I applied the bend to the feather here. And this will just be a texture. To be honest, I could get away and just merge these together. Join. No? Oh, because is this not a mesh? No, it's not a mesh, that's why. Convert to mesh, there we go. Join. There we go. Just call this feather pen. Okay, so that's feather pen. With new collection. Feather pen. Great. I think I put a label in here or something. Yeah, I'm starting to think. Let's stick a label on it. Grab a plane. Rotate this. Oh. Scale it down. Stick it up in the face. We can just use snap to face. Face, yeah, face. The low rotation. There we go. Then just turn this off. That should be on the face, right? I know, slightly cut in. Actually, Control A, scale, then I'm gonna hit Tab, bevel vertices. There we go, something like that. And I'll just move it in the X, slightly forward, just to avoid that clipping. Just a couple of points there. It's not clipping. Put this into the ink collection. I'll just call this label. Label. There we go. I hope I spelled that right. I'm gonna hit save. So this is update. I'm happy with this, you know. Sorry, let me clear my throat. Alright. Sorry about that. Okay, so let me block this in. Add a cube. Let's look at it from above. Scale this. So I don't want it massive, so I think something like that. It's not a massive space, just a small. I think SC X-ray. I don't need that much space from the wall. Actually, I should just. Can I select everything in here? So if I shift select all of these and right click. Oh, can I just actually just go like this and then shift click that? Yeah, there we go. I can just push everything back. Imagine the wall's not going to be right against us. It's going to be a thick wall. I'm thinking, and this would be a thick wall. So I'm thinking like that. Maybe even smaller. I don't know. I think I've got too much empty space unless I fill it. Let's take a look. Looking at this is where I'm thinking this space will be. I think this is okay. This is okay. Let's get rid of these front faces. Boom. Now we're looking on the inside. So something like that. And the windows around here. I think it'll work. Now I'm just going to reuse this. So Shift D. Rename it and put it in a different collection. I think. Let me look at it from above. It's way too big. I think that's okay. And this is going to be extruded down, so the beam will go to about, let's say, about there, starting point. Because I'm going to have some, it's like tiles, stone tiles, I'm thinking, and then the wood beam goes around. I don't know. Let's just see. Yeah, I think that'll work. Let me just move to collection, call this beams, and then call this beam. Should be able to just shift D, duplicate this, look at it from above, and move this to the corner. That doesn't look very square. Look, these don't look very square. So move a bit more square. There we go. Push this back. Look at the corner here. Kind of doing it by eye. Just doing it by eye. Yeah. No, I don't know. I think that's okay. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Shift D. I'm just gonna object set origin to middle. So it's that in the middle of the surface. Boom. And kind of just place this. Object, center to surface, Shift E, and just rotate. And I'll do the same here. I'll push this back a little bit. There we go. I think that will work. And that I can see some weird stuff going on here. And I want it touching, but not fully intersecting. I think that looks okay. I think that looks okay. Try to put in the window. Figure out how I'm going to do this arch. Let me save this. I don't want like an arched window. Not I could do a square one, but arch would be more interesting. I'm going to duplicate this beam. So I know, let's say, my window. Let's scale this. If I hold shift, does it? Yeah, smaller. I think if this is the base of my window, I want it low because it's going to be low. Like this, and then if I say from the side, I think that's okay. Maybe a little bit up. I don't know. Again, do I just boolean straight into this? Or is this... let me see. There's faces. Select this face. This, I don't know if this should go forward. A little bit back, I don't know. Maybe something like that. Then I have to do the same on here. The beams don't stick out too much. I don't know. I don't know now. I'm being very picky. Looking at this. Looking at this. How it kind of looks. I don't know how I'm going to do the challenge. I think I'm going to have to do some sculpting. I think, yeah, we'll put a big arch here. The window can kind of. There we go. Get a cylinder. Choose cylinder or circle. Circle. Choose a circle. Then I don't have to delete, additional faces or right here into vertices. What I can actually do is go halfway and delete. Oh sorry, vertices, there we go. and I can just extrude out. So if I hit E, oh, my screencast turns off. It doesn't turn on by default. And E, and then extrude down. Okay, let's move this across. Scale this. I think that would work, you know. I don't know. I could use this same curve for creating the frame, but also make it for Boolean. So let's kind of get this looking correct. It feels too high to the top. I'm gonna scale this down. I mean, that looks okay. This is the window ledge, and that's how much depth I'm gonna cut in. I'm gonna just Shift D, duplicate this, put this over here for now, and then this one. Go edit mode. I'm gonna bridge these two. Can I bridge? Nope. Can I just go E and just bring this out across and then merge this vertically? Yes, I can do this. Merge, center, and then just kind of pull this back into line. Cool. So now I have one that's open and one closed. So if I said convert to curve, let's just see what happens. If I convert this to a curve, for example, and then did this, nope. What about extrude then? Extrude? Yeah, I can do an extrude. And then solidify and then a bevel modifier. Yeah, it should work, right? Generate, solidify. You're not out. I'll do in, bevel. I think that frame would work. Let's see. First, I'm jumping the gun. So, AF, fill that. And I'll just apply solidify. Make this nice and chunky. There we go. And make sure this can cut through. I'm going to just apply this. Wait, let me shade auto smooth so it's nice and smooth. Apply. And then on this, when I say generate a boolean, boom. So now if I turn this off, no. Oh, and then let me select this. There we go. Where is this? Where's this object? Oh, so yeah. Okay, so there's that item, and then move this on the Y. So why is it not cutting all the way through? Intersect. Difference, right? It would be different. Oh, because the face is flipped. Ah, because I'm looking at the inside. Maybe I might be right. Might be wrong. Where's the normal mesh? Normal flip. There. Yeah, it is the normal. I was thinking because if we go face orientation, okay, I gotta fix that. But yeah, that affects boolean. This also got that. I mean, I'm gonna just go like this. Face mesh normal flip. How did I manage to do that? I don't understand. I guess this one I just flipped the I hit 0, 90. Okay, that's fine. Let's zoom into here. There's mesh, normal split. This is not good. Is there a recalculate outside, recalculate inside? Almost. Oh, that's just cutting in. Okay, I fixed it. It was just clipping into this itself. Cool. There we go. I don't see any more issues, so I can turn this off. File, save. Right, save, change smooth. Okay, let's move this in. I think I have a window. Alright, I have a window now. And then of course this ledge I want to pull back. Like so. I think that looks alright, you know? I'm not upset. I like it. Maybe it's a bit tall. I don't know. If I still got I can still change it, right? Um it is a little bit tall. Maybe something like that. Pull this down. I know I have to change. I'm thinking like that, and then just look at this from the side here. Just pull these down. Let's see if I hide this and hide this from render. I'll keep those just in case I want to change it again the way I look at it, but I think that's okay. Maybe this can go out a bit, scaled out. Just a tiny bit. And push up. Let's go here. Move these up. Let's see. Let me add some. Yeah, that's looking better. One's enough. I'm gonna hit save. I'll just put some bars on the window. We'll just use a cylinder, and if I go with a thing, an array modifier. I wonder if you can use an array modifier from the. I'm gonna just try it. From the like center. So you have no, it's offset. See, offsets from the like one direction. There's no line. No, if you wanted to mirror the offset. If it was mirrored, then you just have that as the center. You pull out and that one, and then it pulls out that way. But I guess it doesn't exist. Try to find that. I think this is the center. Let me turn the array off for now. Actually, maybe not. Let's not use the array. Let me just position it myself. So I think that's the center. I don't mind if it goes into the frame because I kind of want it embedded in. Let's see. Looking at I think that's okay. Maybe. Let's see. But not add the other bars. Maybe it looks too thick. I don't know. Check center surface rotate. Boom. And then these would be. I want them like slightly back. I think that's okay. Maybe. Maybe these look too rectangular and I want it more squarish looking. This looks too long. I want them squares so it looks kind of even. This doesn't make it look even, right? And I don't like the shape. So either I can go in here, bring this up, so then I'll get that square shape, the same shape across, and make a smaller window. Or I'll figure out how to square this off. Or maybe these are just too thick. And why is this? I need to figure out why this isn't the candles. But maybe that is better. I don't know. Let's see. Let me delete this. Is it because I don't know? I do not know. I don't know what's wrong with it. So I like that look there on the arch. Maybe a bigger window? I know, stupid, kind of a little bit stupid. Pull it down. I'm thinking like that. Can I get away with something like that? I don't like stretching that out. That's the. I like that. I think I can get about something like this. And if this was to go, I know it's massive. I think I could get away with something like that. It's a nice big window, and it's more, it's less stretched. It looks, I don't know, something looked off about that being so, this being so stretched. I don't know why it looks weird. I'll just bring this down really, kind of scale it, break it down, bring this up. That should still give me enough to cut into it. Yeah. However, this is just. Oh, uh-oh. Is it this one? Extrude. Nope. Where's extrude? Oh, in here. Extrude. Yeah, that looks much better. I think that looks much better. Maybe a little bit in. I don't know. Oh, back. It just looks something nice. It just looks nice. I don't know. It looks nice. It doesn't look like overstretched. Maybe this is just too tall now. Maybe this. Maybe I want this to be here. I don't know. Like, so bring this whole room smaller. Yeah, I can bring the whole room smaller, and it kind of just makes it a bit more. I don't know, tighter. I don't know. I'm just kind of just changing my mind as I go along. But so maybe there's a tiny bit of offset, and this one kind of. Oh, there's too much. Just kind of roll and tilt it, so it's not perfect. I got these beams, but I don't want them perfectly aligned. Maybe a little bit. Maybe that's a bit too much, but something like that. Maybe that helps. I think that's better actually to do it like that. I don't know. I may change my mind and change the whole thing again. For now, I'm gonna do something like that. For now, I think that looks more, cool. Alright, save. Don't wanna lose my work, and then let's put in the beams again. Let me actually put this into its own category. So go here, move to collection, new collection, window. And then let's find this one. Window collection. Then I can go here. I'll just call this Boolean window. Window frame. Window ledge. Ledge. Something like that. At least I know what they are, and then I can turn this off so it's not visible in either renderer or in the renderer and thing, but it's still there. So I can always change stuff. I think that looks, yeah, I'm happy with this. I might sculpt, like, just sculpt the edges of these wooden beams just to kind of, so it's not so perfect, like little dents in them or something, and maybe the table as well. What was I gonna do? The beams on the window next, I keep on saying, and I'll do something else. Cylinder. I want some kind of, get it from the middle. I think that's the middle there. I'm just doing it by eye, but I believe this is the middle. Select that face. I'll just select the face and draw. And then boom. And then object, set orange. Boom. I think that's okay. I mean, that looks more squarely spaced. I don't know. It does something more. It just looks better. I don't know what it is about it, or what I did different, but so he push this up, push this down. See, now I get a nice square. Now I've got a nice square, and if I move this up, they seem more square rather than more too rectangular. And I just kind of push these back. I should have used the curves in it, then I could have changed the radius much easier. I mean, I can still do it. Should I do it? I can just kind of adjust it, but I kind of like it already. But let me do that, because then I got more. I know it's stupid. I'll just let me hit save again. I'm gonna get the plane and I'll just rotate this. And I'm just gonna say merge vertices at center. Right, and then I'm just gonna hit E. I'm gonna just move this up. Now I've got that. Convert to curve. So now it's a curve. I can just use the bevel. Boom. Actually, we don't need to fill the caps because it just sits inside anyway. We don't need additional geometry. And we can just place this in. I can do the same thing again. Shade auto smooth. Or shade smooth. I think that's it. At least then I have more control over this. It looks like it's in the middle. And then if I duplicate, let's go there. Because then all those change one bevel and they all change. I think that's much smarter rather than then I don't have to say, oh, I'm going to delete this circle, rotate this cylinder. Push this back like I said, and then go for that. We want it kind of squarish, so shift D. Square, square. Yeah. Just make sure these are just not cutting into anything too much. This is all okay. This looks okay. These all look okay. I think that's better. Maybe I can bring these two down a little bit. Just a tiny. Now I can do here, like I said, now if I want to change all of the thickness or something, I can say, okay, I want smaller bars or I want thinner bars. Or I wonder if I could, I don't know, add a modifier. Let me save this before I mess it up. Say, if I try to melt those together by mesh, I don't know if this would work. Does that do anything? Oh man. I was trying to do like a voxel receiver. It would, I don't know if that's the right way of doing it. Never mind. I tried. What else can I add on here? Can I do anything to it? Solidify, triangulate, screw. Let's see what's in deforms. I don't think. I like it though. I'm sorry, I'm little bit sleepy still. I went to sleep at 2:30. And I woke up again, what time? I know, it's right now it's 10, and I woke up at maybe 8 something. Anyways, um, I think maybe the window is a little bit too big. Can I select? Maybe something like that? Wait, yeah, I can just scale the beams together anyway. I think something like, maybe like that. I'm being so picky. Being so picky. Because the window's smaller now, the beams have to be smaller. A little bit smaller, but not too small. Still got that kind of little bit of weight to them. I don't know. I think it's okay. I'm overthinking everything. Let's put some kind of little bricks in the wall. I'll just reuse this. It's just a cube anyway. And I'll move it into a collection, and I'll call these bricks. Oh, I've got cap locks on. Right, so normally I just hold shift when I type. There we go. And tab, X-ray. Move this face in. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. There we go. Wow, why is it going wonky when I drag it in? Or was it always wonky? Did I press something? Oh, because I rotated it. Yeah, it's my fault. I remember I twisted this up. That's all. I did it on purpose. Okay, that's fine. I was thinking, what's going on? But it's just the orientation. Let's say this is a brick. Should I build them all into one? Like, just have it as one mesh? Or do I want to build it? I don't know. I didn't know. I might keep it as one mesh. Just kind of do this A and then shift D. So then it's just one piece. I don't know. I don't know if this is a good way of doing things, but so that if this is here, shift D. Like that kind of. I see. Yeah, kind of. Kind of works. Kind of. Let's look. Oh, go back here. I'm just gonna go tab, go to X-ray. Just gonna select these bricks. Shift D, put one over here, put one over here, and I'll get this one again. Shift D, I can scale it. I'm gonna have to bring it forward, right? There we go, bring it forward. And then I can just kind of change the rotation stuff as well. Maybe something like this. I'll get this nice little one here. And this can just go up here in the corner like this. Make it smaller. Oops. And I have some small ones. Shift D. Not too many, I think. I don't want it like they're there, but I don't want them to be like like the main focus. The book. Um, maybe just one more or two more. Shift D. a more bigger square one like that. Let's do Shift D. I have to pull that one out, but that one can be down here. Okay, let's take a look. It's all rotated, but that's fine. I'm just gonna go. Boom. Actually, boom. Let's do this. Boom. Yeah, I need some on this side, like just a few here, just a few here. So I could just go here and do the same thing I just did. Actually, I could just Shift D, duplicate, draw, and then move them over, and then delete from here. That'll work. I think that'll work. I can kind of move some around. I kind of like this, so maybe I'll move this one in, and I'll move this one, turn a bit in, move these across like that, and this one can kind of just shift in a bit. This one can go down here. This one can be down here. Let's get rid of these two. I don't think we need that many. Oh. Now, whoa, it's sticking out too far. There we go. Kind of got this nice little stylized room. Maybe too many. I don't know. I think this is sticking. They just distracting too much. Maybe. I don't know. I think they are. They're a bit too distractive. Distraction. Too much distraction. But maybe it's just because there's no materials, so you can't. But let me just get. I'm gonna maybe just make it a little bit less busy on this wall. Something like that. Maybe even get rid of this one. I don't know. Yeah, and then maybe they'll do the same on this wall. Maybe I have to get rid of this one. I want some just empty areas, not all. Yeah, I think just around, but not. I wonder if I could have used the scatter tool instead of me placing it. I just made some random ones and scattered it on the side. I don't know. There's so many ways of doing things. I don't know. Now, kind of want jaggedy edges on these a little bit. So I'm gonna have to go sculpt these. But I'm just gonna say join. And then these are bricks. That when I hopefully let's see. I don't know when I brush it. And then I want stone floor, so I'm gonna do similar way I did just that. Just on the floor maybe. I don't know. I want kind of. I don't know. I don't know what I want really. I don't know. Could go with a wooden floor, but then just something like this. But then kind of like too much. Could be too much wooden stuff. Maybe I go stay with stone floor. Mesh. I don't know. I have to see. I guess I have to see. Yeah, I have to try it and see. Um, let's scale this down. If I go. So I shouldn't mind that. Like, just even if it looks like that rough. I mean, I'm just gonna apply that, and then I'm gonna hit Control A, scale, object, center. Where's center? Yeah, let's try an array. So I'm gonna put that there. I know this floor's too high because it's gonna cut into the table. But we'll see. I may have to even lower this down or push this up. Either way. Let's do array. Generate array. I want to go along the Y. So I'm going to set 0, Y. I want to do 4 by 4. So I want to get the right scale up. Now I just noticed something. I'm going to need another beam here. So this doesn't leave a funny gap. Just to, I don't know, just to fit it in. And then I need a beam here too. So if actually I can just do this one. I'm here. Well, I've got this problem that I don't need to worry about it. Of course, I have to fix the rotation, but at least in that fixes my. It's a skirting board now, so this is good. So let's fix this way. There we go. I can adjust this as long as I know that there's something there. This X, something like this. So that gap is got something. So there's a skirting board there, even if it's small. There's something, you know. So I'm not running up against that. Like that. Randomize. A little bit like this. Alright, that's okay. Kind of like these. No, I don't want to scale because what's scale do? Oh, it does on the axis. Okay. No, we're not going to do any scaling. Okay. We'll just do a little bit of rotation offset. There we go, something like that. Random. Yeah, it looks that you can see it's not perfect. So now if I do another array, generate array, that's fine, but I want to go the other direction. And 4. It doesn't fill the entire floor up. It's not square. So is it? I just kind of do that, and then kind of move it in. Oh, I think that will do. It doesn't. It looks too perfect. So like I said, And then let's go back to the first array. It still looks too... Maybe I'll combine it and then move some pieces up and down. But I mean, that's still better than nothing. Now the ground, so if I select this ground, am I in edit mode yet? And then I can put this ground down so it's not... There we go. If I apply another bevel to this, I don't know. Generate bevel. Maybe? Oh no, it looks I think that. I can just shape it a little bit. I don't know. Let me apply. Okay, so that's fixed. I'm gonna call this collection floor. Yeah, let's put in the floor collection. Stone tiles. Tiles. There we go. I know this is probably not a good way to do things. Let's try it anyway. Let's see. Sculpting. Now if I do the dynamic topology and I scrape, where's the scraping? Scrape multiplane. What's that do? Yeah, actually I don't... Where's it? There was one that was layers. I used it the other day. This one. I wanna take away kind of. There we go. Oh. Is it a remesh then? What's this remesh? Remesh. Does this do anything? So if I do remesh, adaptive, what's this do? Remesh. Oh, no, don't do that. I mean, maybe it's something you have to do. Maybe remesh. Oh. Okay, so is it the lower the value? Remesh? Now it's gonna stall or crash. Please don't crash. It says not responding. It'll crash my whole PC. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's struggling, but that's so much smoother. But it's probably not a good idea. But where's the scrape now? Oh yeah. I know this is not the best. That actually, I like that. Yeah, that's just gonna be me just painting. I ain't gonna really say much when I'm just doing it. Or sculpting or whatever. I'm just kinda... I'm sure there's a better way of doing it. I know you can do like in Substance Painter like a tiles and stuff like this. There's probably a smarter way to do it as texture rather than this. Is this even doing anything? I don't think it's doing anything. What's this? Plateau. I'm just pressing everything and anything. Why not? Trim. Trim. Maybe this trim is too much. Maybe not enough. Maybe this. I don't know. Why does it add in some places and doesn't trim in other places? Like you see, it adds to that and then takes away. Maybe I should have done one or two pieces. I'm kind of thinking, rethinking my life now, right now. Maybe I should have done like sculpt how I want it to look rather than doing the whole piece. Well, I mean, that is a learning process. Let's go through. Anyway, I must learn from my mistakes, and next time I'll do it a different way. I can always turn back now while I still have a chance. Let's see. I mean, I like it. Kind of. Kind of. Nah. No, 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 no. Maybe I kind of do shape it how I want and then do it like that. Uh-oh. I crashed it anyway. I crashed it. Let's see. It says not responding, so actually tab. Let's go to edit mode. This is overkill for what it should be, right? I mean, I can see what I want. I understand what I want. But yeah, I might have to pause OBS. Okay, just in case OBS was struggling or my voice was I paused it for a second just to let it come back. It took a while, so I'm just gonna go back to layout. I'm gonna delete this. I like the way it was going, but even though I'm starting to doubt this doing it like that. If that makes sense. Maybe I don't need the subdivisions on that. You know what I mean? Then I'll go for something like that. At least I have. I don't know. I'm even thinking not to even do the bricks like this. And maybe I'm thinking I'll sculpt a couple. So let me start with the floor. I'll start with the floor. If it goes how I expect it to go, then I don't need to read too much. Okay, so say this is one of the tiles. Let's say this tile, and I want to control A scale. Okay. What's going on? Why is it struggling? Okay. Lower edge. Whoa. Oh, it would help if I let these edges. I think that's a good starting point, right? I'm gonna add subdivision surface. If I apply it, let's see what this looks like. No, That's horrible. Okay, undo. Get rid of that. Let's just edit and we will do the remeshing, sculpting. Okay. Maybe that? Is this trim? Go back to layout. Create auto smooth. And let's go back to sculpt. I don't know. Does it need more for me to see this? Do I need more? Remesh. Or is it? Is this doing anything? I don't see it scraping away. Let's see. Scrape. I don't even know what I'm doing at this point. So dynamic topology is not. Doesn't look like it is scraping it or anything. Where's the? Is it strength? I'm gonna put it to 1. I don't see anything happening. You know what I mean? I don't see anything. It's not giving me these like sharp, like how I had it earlier. And why is this? I did not know. Is it my topology? Is it trim, smooth, scrape, the 2, thumb skip, thumb clee? I don't know. I'm just gonna. Wow. Okay. Clee. Is it the? Do I have modifiers on this? The modifier is the modifier, kind of. Okay, I don't mind this. I'm gonna just get. I'll just add clay. Gonna just. I know it looks stupid right now, but hopefully it's not too stupid. I don't know. I don't know. Something like that. That looks bumpy, but now it should be able to scrape right. Yeah. Is it not flatten? Clay, scrape and fill. Scrape and fill. Okay, what's scrape and fill do? So it just scrapes and fills in the layer to make it the same. Boundaries, what's boundary? I'm just doing anything right at this point. To multi-scrape, flatten. I think there's something I'm doing wrong. I don't know what it is. And that is not this. Okay, so it's something. Let me delete this. I'm gonna just start again. Modeling. So layout, add mesh cube. I think I'm overcomplicating something there. overcomplicate something that shouldn't be that overcomplicated, right? Well, I just said, okay, that's not solidify. Generate subdivision, simple, boom, 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 play. It's doing something. When I hit tab, it kind of messes up. Anyway, what's this layer? Flatten. So we're gonna dino topology. That's doing something. Okay. I don't mind that, to be honest. I know it's terrible right now, but if I scrape, does this do it? Does it actually scrape? Okay, so it does work. So it was whatever topology I did, because I can kind of smoothen this rubbish out after. I'm hoping anyway. So if I go tab, so Dino topology, it adds topology wherever I brush, right? Additional topology or resolution, I assume. I don't know. I don't know how this works. I assume it's adding topology wherever I brush. Yeah. Uh, Let me close the front door. Be one sec. Alright, sorry, I had to close the door. I don't even like this. Kind of, when I come back looking at it, kind of looks wrong. And I don't know what I'm doing wrong. It's one of those things, I'm not very good at. Or I haven't used these tools really, to understand them. What's the other way? I can just model it. I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Um, Uh, I think I'll do it like that. Why does it look like it's... Oh, it's because I'm sitting under the grid. Maybe I can just do something like that. Just kind of move these edges a little bit. I know it's not the most... And then maybe later on or another time I can look into why I struggled. Or research into sculpting more. I don't know. It's good doing these challenges, you know, or doing like building stuff. You never know your weak. You find your weakness. Um, I mean, it's not terrible. I'm not gonna lie, it's not terrible. But uh, want to split, like cut, undo. What if I just there? Okay, maybe I could say bevel. What did I press? Yeah, I could do something like that. No, it's kind of long. Let me put this on the ground just to get an idea. Maybe it's too thin, so I'll make it a bit chunkier. I think I can do that, get away with something like that. I know it's not exactly what I had in mind. And then what I'll do is actually just do variations. So rotate and shift D, rotate. Okay, and D and rotate. Actually, I'll leave that one like that. 90. Oh. Let's scale these all down, looking at it from above, and then kind of place them. Ah, I think it's okay. I think as long as I just make sure they don't look too similar, like move this out a bit. You know what I mean? Can I add an edge loop in here? You know what I mean? I don't know. Or inset that face. Maybe I can get away with that. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know what I mean, but I'm just going to try. Oh, I can just grab those. Here and here, I can see here, I can see the same pattern repeating. So you can see here, even though it's split, um, maybe we just pull this out, and maybe put this one in, push this one back. And then here, again. There we go. And look at it from above here. Actually, I should have went into X-ray, then I can yeah. I know it's not perfect, but I do this rather than the. I mean, should I do the array? Yeah, let's do array. Array. Oh, zero. Oh, I'm changing the wrong offset. Randomize and then open this tab. Um, maybe now this is too. Big. Now it just looks like this takes too much detail, too much detail going on. I don't know. Maybe I can smooth it. Yeah, actually that works. That actually works. I didn't mean to do that, and then actually I can use those on the wall. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It was never intended like that, but that works with everything else. It fits. It's just that was just dumb luck. But yeah. Let's call this. Move this into the group floor, and then I'll just shift D, and then I'll move this one into bricks, and then what I'll do is just rotate this. Object center surface. Boom. Let's squish these down. More brick shaped. And we can kind of separate them off. Oh my god, I got a lot of putties on that. Okay, it's fine. I can work with it still. Let's go here. So basically, if I set it the center 4 and then, for example, just do that, it'll allow me to move the pieces out. Let's move these away from each other. Okay. So then I can get a couple. I don't need to like. Actually, I should have taken the top 4, or these 4 here, right? Because they're all different anyway. Then edit those. Get rid of the other ones. I don't need these. I can kind of select this and squish it. So I've got a small one. Maybe I have a big square one. Then I've got just normal ones. One and a kind of shortish one. There we go. Let's see how that looks. Just bring this down. just to get an idea. Yeah, so it's got detail and it's got some kind of break in there. It's not round and it's yeah. I think I could work with that. I can just A Shift D. Put something over here. Oh, make sure I'm in X-ray mode when I drag like that, and then just kind of. I think that's alright. I can get away with something just like that. Not too much. Yeah, I think that's okay. And then I'll just do some on this side. So rename this bricks. It's funny how you know you struggle to find a way of doing something, you find another way. But I definitely want to learn how to sculpt better. So I need to research that or spend some time working on that or modeling work. A way of modeling these things or tiles better. Because I have an idea how I want it to look. I just couldn't execute it as I wanted. Maybe I'll put this one down here. I know you won't see it, but just there. Kind of like this up here. I don't know. Kind of like it like that. That's fine. I don't mind that being there. Just push it in. Yeah, that'll do. That's actually looking pretty good. I'm happy with that. Now I want to maybe put bricks here. Maybe I want to put some kind of moss or plants or little growth stuff, growing stuff here. Just add some greenery. Like it, if we're gonna have some kind of this deep wood, I need to kind of fill those gaps a little bit. I feel anyway. I don't know. I might be completely wrong, and just don't need it. Let me save. I might be doing extra. Let me kind of fill this in now, as I have this floor base here, right? So I'll go select this edge, E, and that's how far I want to go down. Right, the same height as this. If I hit 5 orthographic, I like it. I like it. It's kind of what I've imagined it to look like. Yeah, and then when I add the like magic stuff, like my these like some spirally magic words coming out, um, it might work. It might look alright. Might not. May not. I don't know. We'll just find out. Alright, I'm gonna just duplicate these bricks right here. I only need 1 or 2. Let's take. Actually, we can just take 1. Just gonna go. Boop. Go X-ray. Get rid of these. Boop. Get rid of this. Boop. Object. Center origin. And I'm just gonna put them. Repeat this along the bottom. It doesn't matter if they're too. If it stands out or they look the same to me on this one. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it matters. Maybe it doesn't. Yeah, maybe it does. Thinking I don't want it to stick out as far as that, but maybe this needs to come lower to match that, so it gives you a nice chunky base. Let's see. Look at it from here. X-ray. I'm gonna move these in. Push this in. Shift the. I want that like that. So I'm gonna move this like this. Let's just look. Yeah. I mean, if I model it like so they're not all very identical, or change them a bit, kind of look like pillows right now, and just select this face. This down. I think that would work. Yeah, that would work. As long as these don't look too repeated, because right now they do. So, just gonna maybe get rid of that. Add a generate bevel. Add a then I add the so the bevel kind of so shift. You jump in way too much. Maybe it's because I've extruded them so far. Like they just look so like pillows rather than like this. That makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense. Or maybe these are just so flat as well. But if I push this up, and let's rotate this around. Play with the normals here just to get those sharp. Yeah. So push that 90, 180. There we go. Okay. What is it about this? Let me see. I mean, that's not bad. Not bad. I mean, I know it's bad. But what about if I actually just did it as one large piece? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just trying different things. I mean, this would work nicely for the planks. That kind of look. Um, Even the table could use some of that. I don't mind that, to be honest. I don't mind it. Let's see how that looks from here. I don't mind that, to be honest. I'll be honest. As long as I bring this down so we can line that up and maybe just pull this out a tiny bit. There we go. Then I have to force fix this. I just shifted that. I don't mind that as a base there. Eh, yeah, I think that's okay. Save. I don't want to spend hours and just trying to figure out stone, how to make a stone. I mean, I need to. Um, well, this would go on the floor, I would say. These two should be in the floor collection. I don't know. Floor, edge. Or edge. I don't know what to call it. A skirting or whatever. Floor. Tiles. Hit save. Yeah, little leaves, like I could add little leaves around the in these little gaps, just in the gaps or something, just to have some kind of growth. I wonder. I don't know. If I duplicate this, let's see. I'll duplicate this. Let's remove this, and then get rid of this array. I'm gonna apply. Okay. Make this tiny object. Clear parent. It's still parented to that. For now, so I can just see it. I'm thinking, should I use like particle system and use this to spread this around or scatter? But I don't know if that will work. I don't know. Let me hit save. Like if I get a plane, I already have a plane. I should have just used the plane underneath. But if I use this plane, for example, and subdivide. Let's go here so we can see. I don't know, 25. That should be small enough. From there, oh, then I want to select, oh, select random, delete. And we can just kind of try to assign this to that. I don't know. Add um, scatter on surface. Let's select your object, which will be this. And of course, this is big to big. Transform. Control A, scale. Okay, that's a little bit better. But let's set 0.005. Copy this. Okay. Density. Can't see anything. Was it there? There is it. Move this up. Um, 5.5. Okay, so they are there. Okay, density. Bring the density down. Randomize stations. Okay, and of course, yeah, but this needs to be 0.5. Is that starting to look like something or not? If I move this down, then you have an offset. I saw there's an offset, so surface offset. There we go. I don't know. I don't know if this would work or not. If this, so I kind of just want it in the gaps, right? Not in the actual. It's cool, but also maybe the rotation. Let me zero this out. Where's the pivot on this? Let's check. Maybe the pivot point affects the way that rotation starts. Origins. That's actually a little bit better. It's more. Um. Okay. Are they rotating along one axis? Yeah. Yeah. At least they're not all. Yeah, that's better. Now it's just figuring out how to. I know you can do a mask, right? So I could do a mask. You can paint a mask. If I increase the density, and then paint out what I don't want, which will be on the actual stones, and just want it around some of the gaps. I know I'm going to do this some crazy 2000. Okay. And is this scale doing anything? Oh, that's even better. That's looking even better. That looks cool. To be honest, that looks cool. But it's indoors, so it's not cool. Where is it? So you got density, mass distribution, Um, Masking. Okay, so I'll go new. Floor mask. The image. Texture paint. Oh, maybe this has to be white. Is it painting anything? Floor mask. Yeah, is so what can I see here? Oh, this is not easy. Okay, let's just look at this quickly. Hit image, save, and then I'm gonna save it in here. Floor mask, leaves, save. What's blur? So it has an effect. I can see it doing something. Smear. Okay, so I can smear it. Kind of. I can see it and have an effect on it, which is cool. It's cool. It's kind of cool. Maybe here's too many. In the middle's too many, so I'm gonna smear this inwards. Let's get this paintbrush and black. I'm gonna go in here. Okay, let's just click off and see. So yeah, that's not bad. If I just reduce the density, it might look okay. And just push this down and then do the offset again, surface offset. That sits here. Up. And then I can reduce the density again. And I think that's okay, you know. It's not terrible. It's, I mean, I would like to paint in the actual. I mean, can I? Can I do that? Does it let me? Or is it because I can't? Yeah, maybe because I can't see it. So if I was to go here, new material, color, image texture, and apply the floor mask. UV, let's say from above. Project from view. Boom. And then we're just gonna scale these up. Okay, now I can paint these, which is cool because here, we'll go back to layout, and if I go back, let's just put this the offset down. So I should be able to click on this texture painting. Yeah, so I can brush it here now. So I can just paint where, yeah, that's, I think if I map, because I didn't map the texture, I'm learning. My brain's kind of slowly waking up. This doesn't, we don't need anything under the table, to be honest. We can save that. I don't mind the edges. Let's put the white back in, put some here. And here. I think this is okay. Bigger grey. I think that's okay, honestly. I wonder if I could do the same for like if I want some on the wall, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Let's press save on that. Back to layout. Let's see how that looks. I know it's colliding into collision, but it's just stylized anyway. I'll push this down into the surface a tiny bit, and then of course do the offset then, so we just, and then I can play around with the, like I said, density. We bring this down to 1200, and we play around with the rotation. So we'll set this to 0, set all this to 0. There we go. Turn some. Because we've had like a little bit of collision detection, but that's asked for a lot. So it knows not to collide too much with others or have some kind of speed. Oh, can play around with seeds. I think that's okay. Maybe a little bit more density. I like going a bit back and forth. Okay. I'll just scale that. Okay. I'm gonna be here forever. So I'm gonna have to stop it on that part and like come back to it. Now I added some plants. Maybe I add some little mushroom growing there, little glowing mushrooms or something. I don't know. Let me see how it look. Can I make a mushroom even? Mesh. Will I use a cylinder or a cube? Should we go for a cube? We just do generate, subdivide. Does that look like a kind of like a mushroom? I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, that'll look like a mushroom. The supply. Oh, sure, I could have done it much more simpler, but one like that. This edge here is too sharp. Nah. Nah, I don't like that. This edge. It's this edge here. This sticks in too much. Yeah, that'll do. I'll be here all day making that, trying to perfect. On here, can I say? Uh, can I say? You, you have to show that, or is this? Let's just move this to collection to floor. There's a floor. Floor leaves. Floor leaves. Okay. Does this have to be visible in? No, because those are on there. Okay, cool. So I can turn that off, and it doesn't affect this. Okay, cool. Again, let's put this in the new collection. Mushroom. Ah, no, mushroom. I think I'll create these little mushrooms, put them in the corners there and there, or whatever, and then start putting some materials on and lighting it. Because, yeah, I think that should be good enough for the challenge. I'll be happy with, as long as I'm happy with what I get at the end. Let's see. Add. Look like a mushroom. I don't know. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, looks like a mushroom. I'm gonna go file save. Uh, add to collection mushroom and then rename this mushroom. That's too big. Looking at the scale, that's way too Maybe I can go and fix this, paint this a little bit more. Something like that. Let's just do another one, little baby one. We'll keep them in pairs or something like that. Just do twos or three. I don't know, twos or three. Should duplicate this. I'll put one near the desk. This little gap. I don't know. And the desk or in the gap? I don't know. Let's do it in the gap. There's a big hole there. Actually, there's a big hole there too. Now, you wouldn't see it if it's like that. You just look, what the heck is that? Okay. Maybe it's too small, but maybe it's just sitting in the gap, but it's not. Or maybe I'll move the floor up to close that gap. Let's get it from the side here. I'll just duplicate this again. I'll just do this shift D and boom. Move this over here in the corner. See, I'm looking at it. Yeah, I definitely need to paint this better. Maybe one more of these over here. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe like that. Yeah, definitely need to paint this and scatter it better. The floor. If I can get to the floor. Yeah. Just move this face up. And then I'll select that edge here. Just to hide this. And this. And then what I should do is just E and extrude down again. So that kind of hides that. Could even bevel that, but to be honest, I don't think we'll notice it. I like it. I think I have something. If I add the magic in, little magic swirly things, and it started to, I should be a good place. Floor, bricks, windows, candles. What's a cube? I didn't name that. Okay. Walls. Walls. There we go. It's in its own group too. So everything's got its own collection. It's nice and organized. Normally I'm not this organized. I ain't gonna lie. Unless it's a real project, like actual, if I'm just making stuff on as I go along, kind of just never organized. I just kind of just have hundreds of cubes or hundreds of things, and then I'll go and tidy up later. I guess because I'm seeing the challenge and then taking the project like actual project like I'm going to do. Maybe I'm thinking should I add something to the bottom of these like a tourist just to round these off. So they're not so sharp. I don't know. Let's see. Kind of want them a bit thick. Is it in major or minor? Is it minor? This one. Minor radius. There we go. Let's see. I don't know. Let me shade smooth. Let's see how that looks. Does that look better than that? Yeah. I think that actually just. I was just staring at it and I was like, yeah. But then they have to do it for each of those. And then they have to do it for up there. You know what I mean? Oh, and then I have to rotate them. Oh, man. Give myself some more work to do. Nah, let's not do this. Top ones don't matter too much. No, then look up there. I mean, it does matter, but maybe the sides. I don't know. I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. I think it's okay. I think it's okay like that. Save. Let's go to curves. Let's get a spiral. I don't know what. See what this is. Let's see what this spiral does. Turns height. There we go. And I need the radius, but I want it to kind of, yeah, radius growth. Not that many. Let's reduce the steps a little bit. We don't need that many. There we go. Okay. So it's a curve. I'll kind of put this here. The idea is I want like words or stuff coming out of this, or I don't know, glowing streaks of light or whatever it is. I don't know what I'm gonna. Some kind of magic. Something's coming out of the book. Alright. I don't know how to portray this yet, but extrude, because I can put a texture or something on there. Does it let you like rotate the angle of this offset? Cool thing is you can animate this as well, so you could, if I wanted it to, could animate something, but it's a still render. Let's kind of scale this up. If I have some particles or something around, I don't know. Maybe that would work. I'm thinking that might be working. Let me just add, kind of smoothen this at least, because it's very. There we go. Yeah, and if I put a nice texture on there, it'll be fine. I think I'm ready to start texturing and put materials on. Save. I'm not very good at doing this, so let's kind of like, anyway, let's try. So I'm gonna do split. use this and this, and I'll kind of rely on something like this for now, or this. Let's see. Well, let's go through a night. That kind of shows quite. That's quite cool. I want something soft, to be honest. Not the window. From the window, the light's coming from the window, so I'll just rotate it a little bit so you can see there. That's okay. On this one, I'm just going to turn the screencast off. Boom. And I'm also going to turn off gizmos. I'm going to put this away. Alright. I'm going to change this to cycles. I want to work with cycles. GPU and denoise it. Alright, so because it's gonna have a light coming through the window, so I mean I'll just put for now light. I know I'm kind of doing some things a bit backwards. I'm a bit like these. I'm kind of like because the colors and the lights kind of they all work together. There we go. So now I can see a little bit more better. All right, let's color in the table. Table, new material. So I'm just gonna look here as I adjust the colors. Um, red, this kind of brownish. I'm just watching it and then changing. How about that? I don't want it rough. I don't want it. I don't want it too glossy. Like that. I think that's nice. Because these didn't do the little glow for the fire, so I'm gonna need to add those in. I'll just call this table. I'll just apply table to these. Cool. And then this can be the tiles, the stone tiles. New material. What I'll do is just kind of color this in. So I'll just put in the basic colors in first. Like what colors I want. Like how I see it anyway. Grey, and then of course it's gonna be rough because stones are not glossy, you know, I mean like this. Maybe a bit darker, I don't know. Or something like that. Because when I put texture, like some noise texture or something, it'll make some darker patches. Because this is green. Does it let me select? It'll be on floor, right? Floor, leaf floor, and then new. I'll just call this leaf. Yeah, because the scatter's using that main one. Okay. I'll go for green. Of course, it's going to be a bit more darker. Cool. The book itself. The book can go look like a brownish color as well. I'm gonna just use this brown here. Maybe just use a color picker. I'm just gonna pick it. I mean, I don't want it to blend in too much, so maybe I'll go a bit reddish. A little bit red. Just a brownish red. Yeah. I'll just name that. Bracket. So this bracket color, so new. I'm gonna go for gold, like a gold bracket. This is gonna be kind of glossy. Bring that roughness down. And of course, I want it metallic. There we go. I think that's okay. Bracket. Then I can apply that bracket to this. Maybe it's too glossy. I don't know. I can adjust it, but it looks too chrome like for a book. Yeah, it looks too chrome, too much like chrome. There's a tiny bit, maybe less metallic. Oh no, bring the metallic down and then increase that roughness. I think that's okay. It's not too much. I have a paper texture made, so I'm gonna apply this and just call this paper texture, and also add paper. I'll just call this paper. Right, and let's move this up. And then this would be paper. And this is paper. This is paper as well. So now I can kind of just go in here, give it a tint. So used paper, and then this, of course, is split into. So I'll select these. Let's go here, X-ray. To the middle. There we go. The sign, and then select inverse, invert selection, and then I'll assign this one. So then, actually, I might as well load that texture in now. Come out of X-ray mode because selecting everything I don't want to select. There we go. Just go here. I'll just use image texture. You can see that that's the texture, so I can use the paper hopefully. I don't know how well this will work, but let me go to UV editing. What material did I assign? Assign. And here I want to assign. It may work, it may not work. I don't know. So how should I project this? Should I project it from something like this angle? UV project from view. Yeah, I'm gonna go away with that. And I'm just gonna. That's not perfect. Probably not the smart or best way to do things, but let's see. That's all wonky and stuff. Open, and then in my documents I have my folder a book texture somewhere. Wood, slab, steam, side of book. That's what I'll call it. There we go. That's not side of book. Oh, it is. It's just so big. Why is it so big? Anyway. Let's move these out of the way. Doesn't really curve, does it? I'm not sure about that anymore, if this texture will work. Actually, can I texture paint that and then warp it? Maybe. Let's see. Scale it up. Let's see the sides, these ones. Yeah, the side works. Sides work. I'm going to probably scale them down. Or up. That kind of works. I think I just need to do some distortion. So can I go here, texture painting? Is there a smear? There's a smear. Hard pressure, raise, clone, utilities. What's this? Fill, clone, mask, erase. There's no like liquefy. They should. That would be cool if they had the actual liquefy brush. You can kind of warp that, but it's not. It does. I don't see it. I mean, does it work? Kind of works. I can get away with. I can get away with that, right? No one go look. No, I can. I mean, I can see it, but I don't know. Maybe with all the distractions, it might get away with it. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, let's put the stone tiles on there. Tiles on there. Let's do the mushrooms. I'm gonna do a horizontal split. New mushrooms. I want a color ramp. Mapping. I don't know, something I generated. Let's see. I'm going to do ease. This back a bit. Let's make this like orangish. Reddish orange. And then this will be like a golden yellow. I mean, I don't really see much. There we go. It's a bit brighter. Maybe we need this a bit more darker. More saturation but darker. I don't know. Yeah. Bring this. Just tweaking it so I get nice. This will be like a glue. So I'm hoping to pipe this into mission color. So if I go mission and pipe that into color too, and then gives us a nice little glow. I don't know how it'll play to mushroom. How it will look when I apply everything to it, but mushroom. Maybe it's a bit too hard, that edge. Maybe I can push it out a bit. Because I'm looking at it, it looks quite something like that. I don't know. Right, see the mission, right? It's got a nice glow to it there. Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, I want it more golden rather than whatever this color is. Like that. That looks like more golden. And then maybe this needs to be that's okay. Um, if I was to go here always and then change this to compositor. Now I'm jumping ahead. All of this. And now that bloom is. Oh, that's okay. Okay. Let's do some more. Let's just do the candle. New candle. What happened if I do this? I don't know if that's working or not, or if it's. Oh no, tint of. It's not white, but let's add a white light in here. I don't know if this is the right way to do it, but I just want to see if the actual light. In the subsurface character is working, but why has it got this weird tinted dark blue? Is it because of the transmission? Transmission doesn't really need it. Okay. Okay, so it's changing the scale affects it. I can see that. Radius. I think that's okay. Um, and I think something like that. Imagine, let's see, candle, candle. I think that's nice. Only thing is this blue, whatever this bluish color is coming from. I have issue with. Um, I do like it. Let's put wall texture on here. New. Let's call this something like this. We add some kind of bump texture, like bumpy noise, break that up. And then of course, did I name that wall? Yeah. This will be beams, so I'll just call that beams. We'll just go for the wood color. We can just color pick that. Boom. Slightly darker. But apply beams to all of these. Again, I can do the same to this. I think it's not looking bad. Bricks. In terms of color, it'll be like this, but darker, I guess. Where's bricks gone? Bricks. And like grayish. Yeah. Yeah. We've got a beam down here. New candle. It's just like a clay color. Like it's made out of clay. It can be kind of like this, but it's rough, of course. And darker, of course, it's too bright. So this clay. Maybe, I don't know. Or maybe a little bit of gloss, but not too much. Where's the specular? More specular? I don't know. I think that's okay. Now this when you bring this down, this starts to, you see what I mean? It will start to affect. Just want a little bit. Start to affect the way it looks and the mood. Here, I don't know. Noise texture, let's see. Maybe this here needs to be edged. These need to be something else. Could I pipe that into there? I don't mind if it's a little bit. It's not bad, not terrible, but it's the floor. Add. This looks better at least. Um, looking at here. Yeah, I mean that's a little bit better, but then the leaves are maybe the leaves are just too much. So doing it overall, like he's doing it as one. They're doing a gradient across the whole scatter rather than if it's gonna do that. You just do noise then. Oh, can see some greens. They're doing something. Yeah, it's interesting. Ease. Maybe something like that. It's like a combination. I think like that. There we go. Hit save just in case anything happens. Let's do the plants. Can I apply the same? Oh, I keep on looking here when I click. But can I just apply that? That seems to work. Um, New. Bring the ready down. Call this soil. this is going to be the gloss. Gloss. For like a dark purple. Really dark purple. Not. Frosted. Not frosted. A little bit of roughness. Tiny bit. Maybe that's too much. That's way too bright. Let's bring out the saturation. So it's got a tint of color, but not too much. There we go. And then this will just be ink. I'll just call this ink. And I'll just make this black. Cool. Of course, the label, I need to put something on there. So I just make a material, call this label, and I need to figure out what texture, label. Oh yeah, I need clay, so I'll use the clay on that. Same. So now I can see on a bigger surface, I can kind of just that roughness. That should affect this one anyway. Yeah. Maybe it's a bit too dark. Right, but then bring the saturation down. That looks better. That looks much better. Okay. Save. It's kind of what I imagined it to be. Without the textures. I'll come back probably and finish off the texture in. I'll just put the materials that I need in place, and then I'll either take this into Substance Painter and do some of these textures, like, or I'll try to do as much procedural stuff I can, and then if not, I'll go into what's it called, Substance Painter. Let me kind of put the materials on and light it in the way that I like. I'll do normal stuff. Just tweak this and I'll tweak that a little bit. Yeah. Cool. Let me go here, new. This will be a texture, but for now I'll just put an emission on that. Where's emission? There. Yeah, see, I can imagine this is like some kind of glow. It could be gold, blue, whatever, it doesn't matter. Maybe blue, I don't know, we'll see. But I can imagine that text coming out, and then if I put an alpha on here for just for now, just go color ramp. Yeah, I think that could work. Add. I mean, I want it to fade, to be honest, but I guess it's not the right 0.5. That was at 0.5. There's options. Not in there. Is it on this? Node. Nope. this. There'll be no roughness, so we don't want roughness on that. Let's just do mapping, and let's do UV. There we go. See, I could imagine it being more. That's much better. I can control that a little bit. So you can be like magic. I don't know. Hopefully that makes sense. Some kind of magic thing spell. In terms of submission, can that go in there? Nah. Even if it was a guild. It's already looking cool. Yeah, but I can imagine something like that with text. The text following that. For now, I'm gonna just tone it down. Let's do the feather, because I did make a feather texture. So I'm just gonna go new for this feather. Here I can just go image texture, open, and then I go to documents, my folder, YouTube folder, I go to feather, where's feather? Feather, open. Now, you can see here it looks wrong. You can also see in here. Okay. So, first things first, let's fix the mapping alpha to alpha. And I'm going to just go look at it from above or somewhere like around here. Let's select the entire thing. Project on view. Then if I go to editing and just kind of shape this. Let me turn the gizmos off so I can see it here. I'll rotate this to get what we need. Right. As you can see, the actual is there. I think that do. As long as I can kind of tweak it a little bit. Should add some solidify to that. I don't know what that'll do, but yeah. Oh, that's quite nice. That actually, that is not what I intended, but yeah, it did add something to it. I mean, I can go from the side here. In terms of material, see what the roughness. You want it rough or glossy? This is kind of glossy, right? Well, not too glossy. It's not thing. But what about the specular? mission. That without a touchstone over the mission. I think that's okay. Maybe a little bit too dark, but that's just the color itself. Lighten or screen? Screen. Or add. I think something like that. Let's see. It looks like it's floating though. Unless hmm. Unless I just maybe put in the ink thing in here. Now I'm thinking this looks too small. Or maybe not. Or maybe it's not seated. I don't know. I mean, I can always change it. Maybe it needs to be facing away from us. Like, should set that pivot. Let me change that pivot so I know. Boom. Set the pivot where I want it. And I can kind of rotate this and boop, boop, in the jaw. What is it about this? Maybe the light needs to pass through. It says a bit subdivision, subsurface on that. I don't even know how that. I mean, that looks a bit more interesting. I guess light would pass through that. I'll leave it like that for now. If I want to change it, man, no, that's too big. But I'll leave it like that. Now let's take a look. This I want separate material, new, something like this. Side type. Okay. It's starting to look a bit like what I want, but still. It's still missing stuff. I don't know. It still feels empty. So browser. I'm gonna get my gobo lights. I've got some gobo lights. Let's get some trees. Boom. Bring that into the scene. Add a empty keep. Oh, okay. Track 2 is empty. Oh, nice. Moonlight. I don't mind if it hits the top of that. Increase the radius. Let's bring the radius to 0 for now. Can't really see. Is this angle? Maybe I don't need this one. Yeah, I don't need that. I got this one already. It's not bad. Kind of like that. The light coming spilling in, hitting that edge there. This is a bit too glossy. I can bring the roughness down, but maybe the specular up. I don't know. I think that looks nice. I like that. Really like that soft edge there. This is a bit hard. A little bit too hard. It might be just because the light's really close. Even hitting it from the side from here changes it so easy. The light, even though simple model lighting can just change the whole entire look and feel. It's crazy. Let's play around with the color. What about purpley blue? What about purpley blue and bring that saturation down, brightness. I think that's not looking too bad. I would like a nice glow in the inside, so nice warm uh, light. Let's try area light. I don't know. I'll just then do this for now. Okay, I can kind of scale this up. I'll move this above. I know I'm ahead of what I'm supposed to be. There's too much, way too much going on. If I turn off the environment, it's not much of an impact right now. Let's see. Yeah, I can see something happening here with the blender HDRI. I know it's not much, but I can see it. Maybe this is too bright. Maybe the light outside is too bright. And this is too bright. Have I got additional? Could be the point lights are too bright. It's the point lights. Now they just need just those radius down. I just need a tiny. I don't need a massive amount. I think that's better, and then get rid of that. But add the another gobo light above. Or should I see what this does? Let me see how this looks. It already looks more interesting than that. I think something like that. And then have another one. A second light. Add. Sorry. Right here. Split. I just need to set the mood and then I think the textures, once I do the textures, I'll be happy. I think be happy and then add this little effects on here, the little light emissions. I think it would work well. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's too dark. Maybe I'm trying to do too much. There's too much going on. Maybe this the scatter now is too much. I don't know. There's so many things I mean, I could probably bring this down. I don't know. If it's not enough. I don't know. There are. Maybe something like that. Whoa. I'm just here messing around. Values. Where's the surface? Oh, surface offset. Yeah, anyway, I'm just getting distracted. Let's put this light in, and then maybe I'll call it a break, take another break, and come back. Um, so from above, do we do something completely different? Or do we just add leaves and stuff? It might be leaf ones. Let's try some leaves or something. Or, I don't know, maybe a grid? Let's try a grid. Makes no sense, but it may look cool. I mean, this could be a different part of the building that you can't see, or a different section that's casting the light anyway. So, because we're only seeing an orthographic version, so you can kind of, I mean, that's already looking more interesting visually. It breaks up this whole flat look. Yeah, automatically it makes it more interesting. I'm just gonna give it a warm. I think that's looking alright. Maybe the mushrooms are a bit too think. Let me just quickly put a plane in here. Is now what I'm gonna do is make the little backdrop. Right, and it's gonna go like this. Tab. So this edge and this edge. There we go. Pull this back. Drop. even that's just the. Of course, I don't want it to be rough. Um, I feel I need to put something out that window just to add something. I know it might sound silly, but it just looks. I may just do something stupid like a sphere with a glow. I don't know, fake moon, but you don't know what it is. I don't know. You can just see, maybe just see the edge, and maybe just adding an emission on that adds something else coming in. I don't know. There could be like a light outside the window, or lantern, or whatever. Yeah, it could work. To be honest, if I was to scale this, let me try something completely different. Completely going off topic. If I was to get this and say add, and it's gonna say, what do you want to scatter? And I say, I want to scatter this. Whoa. And then it's gonna be like, whoa. Look at that. Okay, that looks more interesting already. And it's adding that light, extra light, maybe that, and then this backdrop doesn't need to be so. I mean, I like using colorful backdrops. Helps, you know. It still helps. Let's go specular. There we go. Bring that specular off. So now we just got a solid color. So I can go here, go cycle through. Kind of like the green, ain't gonna lie. Kind of like the green at the moment. I don't know what it's about the green. I may change this later. I may. I don't know. I'm just gonna put another point like down here. It's very easy to light this up and then change this radius. Look, it's looking cool. I got that. It's looking cool. I like the red. I like the green. Maybe the green, yeah, we bring the saturation down, or maybe we bring the saturation down, we're trying different colors. Maybe that, and we go like brighter color. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. Like you can, I can tweak all these colors. Um, maybe that's the end thing I worry about, but that's kind of cool. I mean, I wasn't expecting that the scatter thing to work this well. Scatter on instance, and then maybe smaller though the objects. Scatter on surface random. density. So it does help light up the scene. Transformation, here we go. Randomize. Get some different scales. Maybe 0.5. 5. Maybe we can have another one. Actually, if I was to tab A, so A, and then Shift D, and we've got 2 slightly offset, and then add assign a new material, sign. On this one, if I went for that blue, and then bring that mission up, that introduce. I could do that. I mean, this looks kind of magical. Magical. Yeah, these ones, of course, would be hidden. I can kind of add some spiral tip. Now I'm thinking this looks. I mean, I like the lighting, but maybe the backdrop itself is too colorful or too bright. Go for blue, dark blue, more blue in there. I don't know. Let me hit 5. I like it. I think I like it. Yeah, I'm gonna do some materials on here later. See if I can fix this up and this. I'm gonna save it where I am now. We'll definitely come back to it, but I mean, it's not terrible. It's not the end of the world. Alright, I'm back. Let's carry on finishing this off. Actually, after taking a break and coming back to looking at it, I'm not too far off from finishing it. I think it's good I took a nap. I was a bit very tired. So coming fresh, a little bit fresh on this, so I can kind of see what I need to do. So let's carry on. So the wall, for example, I wanted to work on. Alright, so let's turn on this so we can see. I want to add some kind of little bumps to it, so I'm just going to add some noise texture to that. Just do a horizontal, and then we'll just go into shader editor here, and we'll add a bump. And here, the height, we just do noise. And if we look here closely, you should see, and I'll do the same on these little bricks. That is way too much, so detail. Scale this up. It's just subtle. I just want it subtle. What's this do? I'm just dragging values now. I'm just going to see what does this do. Detail. The detail back. Distortion. Whoa. Yeah, it's crazy how that affects. That looks like it's almost melted. Kind of cool. But, I wonder if I could do. I don't know. I don't know. Let me leave it as 0. What is 4D? What does that do? W. You got, I don't know. It was on 3D. What's this? We got hyperfactual. Doing anything? Oh, that's a completely different look. Okay. Ah, that's kind of cool though. Maybe on I can use that something like this on the ground. What other ones have we got? We got this rigid. I don't really play too much. I haven't played with these in a long time. I did play with them a long time ago. But I get distracted doing other things. I mean, that's kind of cool too. Oh, whoa. This got a whole kind of looks like almost like a brain pattern. I don't know what that is, but it looks cool. What's the distortion do? Oh, that's cool. If you wanted some kind of flesh kind of look, it's kind of cool. Alright, let me delete that and let's just do the normal. Let's just do a noise. I'm just scale it up. It looks so dark here, but I guess that's just the shadows and stuff. I can add some additional light. I guess when I put the glows on the candles, maybe this kind of lights this up a little bit better. Overall, I think there's too much. Needs to be bigger. I want it very subtle, and then the strength is. I want it subtle, but it's there. Let me see distance. I click on this. Let's invert do. Just inverts it. I mean, in here it looks okay, so it might be just the lighting. I'll kind of leave it like that. And I have thought about the, the grass bits here, um, and I can fix that up. I know how to fix that up. Rather than painting it, I could have just fixed the geometry, which would be much easier. So rather than this mess I've created, so I'll keep it though. I'll keep that version. I'll just move it up. I mean, that's kind of cool, having like leaves over the top. Oh, maybe I'll put some leaves on the top. I don't know, but yeah, yeah. I think I'll add some additional leaves on some growth of the leaves on the. I'm just looking at it, also random, but it kind of just adds something up there rather than being flat. But anyway, I'm gonna delete. Actually, I'm not gonna delete this. I'll just for now. Where is it? Is this it? Leaf floor, floor edge, floor tiles, floor leaf. So what's this? Why is it in candles? Okay. Floor leaf. Let's call this floor leaf cracks. Right. And we're gonna move this into the floor collection. There we go. And what's this? This is a frame. It's called planes. Oh yeah, because I started with a plane and window frame move collection. Kind of miss. It's so easy to miss things, but yeah, there we go. Window. Let's put it in there. So what have I got in the collection? I've got these. These belong in the window collection too. Just tidy this up now. Spiral. This is magic. That's magic. These are the candles. Point light. What's this plane? This is this overall backdrop. I'm just gonna call this set back drop. I'll leave that in the main collection, that's fine. Forest is the spotlight, empty is the for the spotlight, grid is for the spotlight, that's fine. Okay, I'm happy with that. At least I know what's what. Yeah, and it's nice and organized. I try to be anyway. Yeah, I like that. I like the having some kind of greenery at the top actually. Maybe on the walls. I'm thinking it was not intended, but anyway. What I'm going to do is go here to floor. So we have these floor cracks. I call it. I'm going to just shift D duplicate. Right. So we've got a second one. This one I'm going to turn off. Right. That's completely turned off, and I'll move this down. Actually, I'll move it above the ground, just above. A tab. Now, we don't need to see this updated, so we can kind of just put this in there like this for now. Just give me some more space to work with. Can I move this down? Look at it, X-ray. I just need to start off with one face, so I'm going to delete everything first for now. Delete all these faces and delete this face. It should hopefully make sense in a second. Because I just randomly deleted, right? Randomly deleted, that starts in that corner there. And I'm scattering on the faces, right? I could have just modeled into these cracks, right? I could have just like taken this edge, for example, and gone along the edge like that. So simple, right? I think that makes more sense. I wasn't thinking, but yeah. And select this face, for example, Shift D, and then I can subdivide these after. So now I'm exactly where they need to be. So Shift D. Look at that control, and then I can of course control it as well up here, so which is nice. So like what I want to do now, I've got a lot more, control over this than I thought I had. Not as long as you can, as well as updating the texture, I can also control the actual placement, which is nice. It's not really easy to see this one. Let's see. Let's go in here. Let's go into this. Yeah, somewhere back there. Shift D. Of course, don't worry. This one will be. Wouldn't make no sense to have it all like that. But that is actually pretty cool. I like to say that I can even just go like here and put this in. Let's just see what difference that actually. I know it's a lot. That's so much more controlled. You can see that it's like in between the tiles. It's not like in the middle of the tile. It's much better. If I go here now and just play around with the options, let's just tweak the density, bring down the density. Let's start with 100. Wait, we know 100 is not enough. We know this. Okay, let's go back to 1200. I think 1200 is a good amount. It's just we don't need it on every face, right? So I want some around the mushrooms, and I want a little bit, but not So many. So can I go back to this texture? Let's go here. Where's the texture? Where's the UV paint? Not texture node editor. Texture paint. Can you see texture paint? Am I blind? I am blind. I don't see texture paint. I thought I could change this tab just to paint. Or oh, it's here. No? I thought you could change it here. Like if I went to 3D port, oh, and then go to texture paint, then I can do it. Okay. So I'm on the floor mask. So if I paint black, that erases everything, which is fantastic. I'm also going to go here. Select everything. UV, project from view. Maybe I'll just go to texture painting. There we go. Might be easier. Let's just fill this all. No, doesn't want to fill. Let's just do this. There's the blur, paint hard. There we go. Just gonna paint everything black. So what is this? Let's go here. Make my life a little bit easier. Make this scale up. This around. There we go. So now I can paint into those lines. So I'll know that's the. So this is the front. So let's make my life a bit more. Whoa. Did not mean to do that. Let's select all of these. So if this is the front here, I'm going to rotate this. Okay, let's see where this is. So this is this side, this is the front, this is that side, that's the back. Makes sense. Okay. Go back to 3D texture paint. Or not? Was it on texture paint? I don't know where it was on. Yeah, texture paint. But this was the texture node editor, not texture node editor. How do I paint? How do I get that back to image editor? Image editor. Okay. So it's called image editor. I keep on thinking texture paint would be called texture paint, but it's actually called image editor. Okay. So like I said, that front is there. So if I go add some grey, let's get a brush. Nice. If we go white, so how grey the density and the white. Okay, cool. But why can't I see the? Why am I still seeing this? Why am I not seeing the other one? Is it because I still have the? Maybe I need to delete the old one because I'm seeing the old UV mapping and the new one. I'll get rid of that. Right. I thought that would be right, but maybe I'm wrong. Edit mode A. Let's see UV editing. So this is the actual UV editing. So why is it I am seeing something else? You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense. Right, why am I seeing this? Should I do a new texture? I mean, new material. New floor plants. Let's say floor plants. Okay, call it floor plants. New image. So what's this? Why am I seeing this? Like, I can see that. That's fine. Maybe I have to go into whatever edit mode and then paint to get rid of that. It's weird. It's just weird. Um, a problem, but it is a problem because okay. Is that airbrush? The hard brush. Okay, so I can see this corner is that corner. Okay. Um, it's not perfect, but let's bring the strength down. This is not. I want to see the actual UVs. I want to see the actual UVs when I'm painting it. This is a bit annoying that I can't see the UV. I don't want to be in edit mode like that. Layout. Let's go here. So let me delete this. Just delete this completely. Delete. If I go to UV editing, add a mesh, the plane. Okay, not UV editing. Let's go in here, add a plane. Okay, so we have a mesh, right? And that's flat. I'm gonna say, okay, this is floor plot, right? I want to go texture painting. Leaf floor? No. What did I call this then? Stone tiles. Did I ever name this? No, I wasn't naming it. Okay, so I'm just going to new folder. Leaf mask. Okay, this is the leaf mask. Okay, on the image, and the image texture, I'm going to choose floor mask. Now I can see it. Great. If I go back to layout, I'm going to pull this up so I can see. I can actually see this. Whatever this is, I don't know. Floor mask. Is it floor? Was it floor mask? I called it. So why am I seeing something completely different here? Ah, the thing. What's cast? Is something casting a shadow? No. Why is this seeing something different? What in the world is going on? Is the cycles not updated or is it horseplay? That is weird as well. Look, different texture. This is just on its own. Floor mask. Floor plant. Floor plant. Okay, we'll use floor plant. Alright. Nothing on it. Black. Black. Okay. I'm going to go to texture paint. Floor plant. Okay. Floor plant. That's our texture. Okay. So if I white and let's go back to layout for a second. Push this down. And then go back to texture painting. So I should be able to just say where I want right now. To paint. Like I can paint there. Why can't I paint in here? It does not let me. Why does it not let me paint in this mode? Strength. Is it just the objects in the way? Is it hard paint? Let me go back to texture paint. It would not let me paint on that at all. Can I paint in this mode? Nope. Can I paint in this mode? Nope. Can I paint in this mode? Nope. It would not allow me to paint. Paint mask? Nope. I'm stumped. Actually stumped. I can see it. It's like I can see the object. I just want to paint on it, right? Which is not. This is not how I want to do it, but Nah, this is wrong. This is so wrong. I should be able to paint in the actual viewport. Let me Google this. I'll be 1 second. You know what the issue was? The issue is that I did not have face orientation. Also, I noticed face orientation is wrong on this swirl. So when I went here, so now I can paint. So it was the face. I had to just flip it over. I was looking at the back face, so it won't let me paint on the back face. That's why it worked here, but it was not working here. Okay, so that's a good to know. But that's good to know. But if I go here, where's it? Face orientation. I also need to remember to flip this as well. Okay, but yeah, that's why it would not allow me to do what I wanted to do. So okay, so now we can. I mean, that was a bit of a painful lesson, but that's okay. Let's go. Let's go in here and paint away. So now I can just kind of put where I want some of the leaves. Like I said, it doesn't. I don't want it on everywhere. I don't need it in everything. There we go. Let's see. So if I use this as my mask, so let's go back to layout. And now I've got so many things. So join up. Okay. I need to apply the modifier again because this is a new floor. No problem. We're just gonna go modifier, add, generate, scatter on surface. I think we had like 1200, and the object was floor leaf. Right, that's fine. Transformation was like 0.05, I believe. There we go. We're going to use mask, and this is the floor plan. Look at that. That's so much better control over it. Also, before I do mess up, where I did that floor plan, I'm just going to go save. So that texture is saved. I don't want it to, have to do it again. Yeah, that looks so much better. Now it's just about putting the randomization back in. Was it 12? Let's say 1000. Oh, it's not turned it into. So really turn the output into a single geometry. Maybe that was why it's going a bit slow. 1200. So 360. 360. That looks okay. Maybe these are 0.2. Nah, that's way too. Maybe 4. Not too. Nah. Then I have to increase the density. Then I don't know. Let's put it back to 0.5. 0.05. I think 0.05 looks okay. Put this back to just 1,000. Play around with the seed. I think that. Oh, there's a viewports thing as well. Okay. Next, we don't need to see the floor, right? So we're going to push this down, and I'm just going to scale it just a tiny bit. There we go. And then we're just going to lift it up off the ground, out the surface. There we go. Actually, I should have done there and get erased there. Let's see. Let's go to texture painting. Put some in here. And then let's just erase this area. Feel there's too much blocking the this plant area here. There we go. So kind of lose that. I feel. Let's see. Image. Save. Go back to the layout. Yeah, see that looks much better. At least it's got some plants. Maybe they're just a little bit too close to each other. Just need some breathing space. Yeah. Maybe just put this on the end. And I'll just rotate. I'm just being really picky. Or maybe this way. Something like that. Just a bit bigger. I'm so picky. Being so picky over something so small. I like it though. Let me save. Okay, I like that. I want to use the same technique now on up here, but can I? Yeah. Let me do the other stuff first before I do that. I do want to fix this, so tab. Can I just rotate this? Let's see. Let's turn it on face orientation. Now in the curve, there must be a rotate spline or invert spline. So let's see. Because there's a taper, like a twist or something. There must be some kind of twist. Alright. Minimum, that's resolution, radius, curve, geometry. So if we're going this way. So now, hmm, scale. Okay. Alright, that was actually kind of cool too. And the upside down, but now it's not two-sided. It's not two-sided face. Unless I can get rid of that by just using another solidify to add a back face. I don't know if this will do it, but let's see. Yeah, that would get rid of it. That'll fix the two-sided problem. Just add in a solidify. And that's not the best way, but for now, that's solved my problem. I kind of liked it, flipping it upside down. I don't know. Anyway, let me press save. I'm starting to like the look of this now. More happier. Um, let's look at this quickly. Vertical split. Where's shaders? So this is beams. Okay, so all the beams. So I have noise on here. I don't have noise on here, but it doesn't mean that everything has to be the same. Let's go here. Up. I'm gonna add a noise, and I'm also gonna add mapping. Take a look at this. Okay. So we're gonna play around with this distance and strength, and I can't see anything happening. Displacement and bump. Is this because I don't have texture coordinates? Yeah, that already looks like wood. Not intended, but what if I do object or UV? That looks like wood. It was not intended. That actually, oh my gosh. Except for that, this is actually pretty good. Wow. Okay. I didn't expect that to happen, but wait, we just bring that noise, that strength down. Bring it down a lot. I want it very subtle, so I can see it. Even here works well. I think just this arch, maybe it's just the UV mapping on that. Do these have texture? Auto texture. What's this auto texture? What is this? I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, I might have to convert that to an object and then just play around with the UV. Maybe. Let's see. Because that works well. Like if I bring that up a tiny bit, that does work well. Like you can see the wood. And I'm tempted now to add wood to there. Even that looks nice. I don't even mind this being smooth and that not. Like this is sanded down or whatever. But this is, you know. I wasn't expecting it to instantly work like that. That will. Yeah, let's convert this. Let me save. I'll save. I mess up, at least I got saved it. Convert to actually Shift D. I'll put this out here. Window. Let's go to window. Turn this spare. This is my backup one that I just keep. I turned it off in the rundown thing. Now I can convert this one. Okay. Now we want. I guess I need to set a seam or something, right? To be able to cut this. To do this properly. Or mark some seams. I don't know if this is. that's a good seam. I mean, you'll see it from the bottom. There we go. Maybe there. Oh, went into the next viewport. Okay. I don't know if I can get away with that. No. I didn't select the inside. Ah, it's fine because you're not going to see the inside anyway. Okay, let's just try it. What's going to happen? Mark seam. Okay, I'm going to go to UV editing. And then select this object. Let's say minimal stretching. Right. Then we're going to do N and open this, and we're going to say gridify. I mean, I don't know if that's supposed to, let's see. So that looks, don't look like the same wood. Like, maybe it's because this, okay, what I'm going to do is say copy material, remove that, new material, paste material. Now I can go back to layout. Now maybe I can play with the mapping. So maybe this mapping is better, but maybe it just needs a rotation or something. Or squishing. Yes, he's like that. Okay. Kind of? Yeah. Does that look like more like a wood? Increase the detail. That's looking more like, kind of like a wood. Is value not working? So it's stretching it. I'm stretching it like this. So it needs to be like that. Where's the noise? Maybe different. Does that look like wood? It looks kind of like wood, fold kind of a little bit. I don't know. Yeah, it kind of looks like wood. Kind of. I'm lying to myself, but needs to be more stretched. I think that's better. Yeah, that looks better. It's like a, yeah, that looks much better. Apart from the strength is too much, but and then I can rename it. In the frame. Let's change the strength on that. Compared to this strength is too much. Very subtle, yeah, it's subtle, but it's there. Maybe even this is a bit too strong because I'm looking at this bit. Little bit, but not too much. Yeah, I think that looks nice. I like it. Yeah, I'm gonna actually save that and lock that in. That's locked in now. Alright. Since I'm doing texturing, let's texture the book. A name, so let's just paper. And I've got a image for that didn't load in yet. So I'm just gonna image texture, open documents in my YouTube folder. I put a spell page book. Here we go, open. Right. And we're gonna look at it from above. Eh. I don't know why sometimes I can select cage and other times I can't select a cage. But it is what it is. Okay, so that's that side. Let's just do this above. Where am I? Where am I? Where am I? I am here. Okay, so you can see that's now projected that side. And of course we're gonna do this side as well. Wait, I'm gonna just press A. See there. Nah, actually I'll just want one. Is it one half? Yeah, it's just one half because it's solidified. I just thought there was a back face. I thought I wasted time. I could have just done that. Done. Easy peasy. Now we go to UV editing. And of course, did I not select this? I'll just do A. Oh man, that's even easy. There we go. There we go. Do, 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 do. Easy peasy. See how that looks? Yep, looking good. Now, this texture, can I do something extra with it? Let's see if I can be just a little bit. Can this go into a color ramp into this? Not into this. Yeah, into this. Oh, I was hoping to just get these highlight parts. Is it? Does it have to actually be the color? Let's see. That can I increase that animation? Yeah, it works. It actually glows from that. We have some glowing, a little bit of glowing texture, but if I tighten it, then I push that. That is actually cool. So now we've got this eliminating. I'm sure there would be a better way of doing it. Maybe I could have made the black and white version of that to have actual real control. But kind of like that. I like that. Maybe the glow's too much, but let's say 20. I think that's cool. I'm happy with that certainly. And then maybe if I put a light on there, I don't know if I'm being too extra. To be honest, I'm being kind of taking this too far. But I'm enjoying it. Anyway, drawing down. Now here, I had issues with these. Just watching this. Let's just get a mesh. Wait, before I do anything, make sure I'm in collection, and let's get a UV sphere. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Okay, let's come out of this for now. Let's hit save, just in case anything happens. Sorry, it can crash, it can do anything. Sculpting. Alright, plastic cook. Nice and big. Done. We have a flame. Of course, again, smoothing it out a little bit. If I go here, layout, add, where's wave? Deform wave. It's not going up and down, which is okay. What about doing it like I'm gonna animate this? I'm not animating. I don't know why I'm doing. I'm doing extra. Just being extra. Everything. New flame. I really need to use my second monitor. Or I need to put in my other monitors. They're just sitting on the ground. I moved them off my desk because I wanted more space. And really, I should have kept them on there. Color ramp. You know, it'd be cool if there was some default color presets, like just like just that you could save, or even if you could save them and you just have a drop down that you could just use different color presets, like flame red to blue, or red to orange, or like a flame one, a sky one. Some default ones would have been nice. Just this, save us some time. I know this is not realistic. I'm not going for realism. Okay, got a nice glow. Of course, this is way too big. Do 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 do. That looks nice. I like it. I actually like it. It's got nice. It's not too much to me anyway. I like it a lot. Okay. And this one, let's make this a little bit smaller. Let's rotate this a little bit so it doesn't look too similar on the angle. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know if this is, if that's a thing or not. Let me see. Make the value a little bit darker. Maybe that's too much. Just leave it as it was. Yeah, that's fine. Just learn to leave it alone. Where's the other one? Also, the lights have to adjust the point lights just like I did the other ones. Can't really see it. There we come out perspective. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I don't know if I should add some fog light coming through here. So that spotlight, so I can get, but I don't know how the rest of the environment's going to be affected. Or if I can just get away with that. I don't know. We'll see. I'm thinking too much. Too much. There we go. I do like it. I want to put the plants up here. I want to add some lettering, glowing letters, like they're coming out the page. And I think that's it. I am happy with it. I mean, I can see here something going on here. What's this? Oh, it's just that's not covered up. Yeah, just grab these. Shove that over there. And kind of just somehow this goes up a bit. Cool. Let me say save. And then, how to tackle this next? I want some. After I put those leaves up there by accident, I kind of like the look of just so maybe having some on these little bits here. Let me save it though. I think I'm almost coming to an end. Oh yeah, I need to adjust these point lights a little bit too. Bring that down. Really hard to find. Want it soft, very soft, but not too. Like that's too harsh. I'm looking at it, it's very hard. Like that's nice and soft. This one here, yeah, it's okay. That's it. File, save. Now the bricks. I said I wanted to add additional noise, like I did on the walls. Again, just do bump. Okay, and height would be there. Noise. That works well. Or too much. And then we just it's not perfect. Kind of like that. Yeah, so it adds a little bit. Kind of, it's not. See, adds a little bit of breaking it up a little bit. If I have into texture, I mean it's procedural. It's cool. It works. Like if I step back, it looks like I could say if I was saying I could say I'm happy with it. I'm happy. I mean, you can keep on adding, right? Let me try something. Cube. I'm gonna name this fog. Now, I know you set the volume, but say I want it only in a specific area. How do you do this again? You can set this to viewport, right? I mean wireframe the viewport. Is it viewport display wireframe? Isn't it? Or something you can do. I'm sure it's a wireframe. Display as wire. There we go. So you display it as a wire here. So here, that's fine. See, I think that won't work because I mean I'll try before I say it won't work. Call this fog, and this is a volume. Would you have to be in it? You have to be in it. Yeah, but inside the box, inside the fog box. So you do have to be within the. That's too big, but where's it? Let's put this open. 1, 1, 1. I think you have to be in it. I can't remember, or maybe I can fake it with a texture. I don't know. Maybe I can fake it. I can fake beams. Yeah, maybe I'll fake it. I don't know. Let's see. Mesh. We go here. We add a plane. Alright, and there's nothing has to be. Who says we can't? You know what I mean? Um, let's do one and see how that looks. If we was to say. And the problem is when you go from here, like, or you go from here, then it kind of looks, it breaks the illusion. Let's apply fog. Let's edit this one. Keep this material, but I mean, change this to Zerobio. It's just a normal. Is it the normal one? Is it just diffuse? There we go. Principal BSDF. Alpha color ramp. What the heck? Is it alpha color ramp? Do do do. Do do do. So something's going on here. I can see it. I mean, it's doing a beam, right? It's doing something, but it's not. Maybe change this mapping to UV. It looks nice. I like it. I should like, but can I rotate this? There we go. That's more. If I scale it back and then push it forward, nope, that goes the other way. I don't know. It's not how I imagined it. Um, I don't know. Let's try something else. I know this noise has been working for everything, so I'm gonna put noise. Put that in there. Boom. Kind of give me lines. Only thing it doesn't fade. Um, or do you need another alpha for that? Let's put this to black. Okay. It's got to know. I guess. I guess I'm trying, but ease. Does that work? Like it looks kind of like a dust. And maybe this is kind of like a kind of bluish. And then if we pop the emission, only thing is not. Let's just. I know. I'm going being extra. Maybe that would work, you know. I think that would work if I can. Wait. It's a bit softer on the edges. It's a bit more rounded. I don't know. Gotta hide the evidence. Actually, that kind of works. That does kind of work. I don't know how I managed to do it, but I fudged something. And then I can of course play around with this. Got fake fog. And then what happens when I change the noise? Yeah, distortion. That's not actually too bad. Maybe it's a bit bright, but just I've got control over that emission. And then I'm just gonna take it up to the window sill. So I'm gonna do this across. Rotate it and that tiny bit scale. So even if I move, it's not terrible. I mean, it's clipping into that, but that's not terrible. Apart from you can see the back here. I like it. I mean, I can see that, but like I said, it's not a real fog. It's not a real fog. I mean, I can play around with this still. So what happens when I think you're gonna see that, but um, I don't know what's going on now. Kind of ruined it. Only thing is that's cutting into the wall. I am going to stop playing with that. Okay, I think that's okay. got the look. It looks like it's light coming through fake fog. It's just geometry, but it works. Save. 1 second. Sorry, I'm back. I thought I was talking to myself when I was recording. Oh, which I am technically talking to myself, but anyway. I'm really happy with that. I could stop it here and say let's end it here, and that's my final render, and say, oh, that's what it's gonna be. But I still want to add the letters, and there's additional little plants. So let's do that, and then we can end it here. I know it's been a long journey the last 2 days on this. I actually enjoyed doing it, taking a task that, like something I didn't think of, like taking someone else's challenge on. Um, it's just like working with real projects, I guess. Um, I think it needs to be dense. Maybe it's just the green that bothers me. I don't know what it is. Something about the floor leaf. I don't know. Maybe it's just the green is too green, or it's not green enough, or is it the roughness? Maybe it was just too glossy. Maybe this green is too green. Maybe it's not the type of green I would like. That looks like a dead green. That's not. Maybe that's a nicer green there. It's just because it's dark. It's just dark. Um, I don't know if I can do this or not. Let's see. Boom. And then boom. Oh, that looks amazing. I mean, it's not gonna be. That does look amazing like that. That's already looking. Looks a lot more interesting. That is it. That there. That's the right. That looks good. If I bring down that weight a tiny bit. Yeah. Let me hit save. Okay, I'm happy with that. Now, as I said, I need to do this on the wall. So I'm gonna actually shift D on the wall or the roof or whatever it is. I'm gonna end up put this on here. It may just work if I just did that. I don't know. I mean, that kind of works. I ain't gonna lie. And maybe I don't have to do anything. Maybe I just kind of move the pulleys around. Because it kind of adjusts to the number of faces, right? Yeah. See, kind of adjusts. I mean, that's a fire hazard right there, right next to the candle, but I like it. I actually like that. I wanted this to sit on the top. Put this back in. Maybe it's too much. Maybe it is too much. I mean, I don't mind that. Let's just do E. Push this back in, and I'll just extrude that. Oh, kind of like that, but yeah, I like that. I do like that. Maybe it's just too money, but if I change the density, let me open the doors. Doors are in. Sorry about that. Had to open the door again. Yeah. So maybe I'll use a different texture paint for this. Just reduce the number. I'm thinking maybe I'll move the surface distance, and then I can also bring some down here. Let's see. The edge loop here. One here. The edge loop here. So the reason I added edge loops here, so I can then go extrude and pull this down the front just a tiny bit. And the cool thing is, I can kind of this around, and again do the same here. E. I think I could get away with that. As long as I pull the face in like that, and we don't want to see this face either. And then because the surface, sorry, the surface offset, pull that back in. That's looking better. I think that's more interesting at least. This issue here, and I'll put this in a bit more. Perhaps I'll move this edge away from here. This out. I think that's alright, you know. I can get away with something like that as long as I can just repaint this. There's a new texture, so go here. So I'm just going to say copy material, new, new, and then paste material. And then where's this floor plant? This will be a new texture, so I'm going to go to texture paint. Beam plants. Let's call this beam plants. Okay. And this will also be beam plant. The modifier on here will be beam plant. Okay. And the cool thing is now we can see that as well better. Move this back in. Yeah. Cool. So now let's go back to texture paint. Bring in the white paint. Oh. Okay. Maybe that'll be better. Let's see. Yeah. so I can kind of paint this in. Let's do the 3D port. It's crazy, right? How much of a difference that makes. But yeah, and I just. I think it doesn't work well when maybe when there's too few. Maybe we just don't even bother. It's either you have it or you don't have it. Um, yeah, I mean it's okay. Maybe some in this corner. I don't know. So I need to go to the faces and push this face back so we don't see it. I don't know. Let me play around with the density or where's rotation. I think that's okay. I'm happy with. I'm really happy with that. I know it could be better, like this stuff here. But I can fix little things like get this edge loop here and kind of shut in. Don't see that mess. I don't see this mess. I kind of pull this up, push it in. Of course, there's a lot of mess over here. I mean, maybe I can just kind of push this up. Yeah, I think that's alright. And again, same here. No, it's not. There we go. I think I can get away with that. That is looking pretty good. Okay, the letters. Add the letters. And I think we can call it, right? Maybe I want to work on this bottle and this a little bit. I'm looking at this glass. That looks more. That looks more interesting. Oh, sorry. Maybe I go like a metallic. I mean, the gold label, and I'll just let's get this in, and I'll put some text on there or something, or initials or whatever. I'll scale this in the ink. That's already looking better. Maybe just tint on the glass. Just put that tint. That's more like it. I mean, just small tweak. It's just going back and tweaking stuff. Maybe I don't know if I want that in there or not. Or is it just a scale? Maybe you can have two. Yeah, if everyone has a spare pen, right? I could have had the feathers swirling round because of the little vortex coming out of the book. But yeah, now I'm just going too far. I'm not going. I mean, there's no. Well, it's too far anyway. Right? Can we go too far? And we fix this. Select invert. It's this. Now, is this one mesh or two mesh? Oh, there we go. So that if that was an issue on this one, then this would have the same issue on this one. There we go. How's that looking? That's looking better somehow. Okay. So that's whatever. Perhaps I'll just kind of just trying to find a place for this, or maybe I don't need this second one because it kind of feels odd. Maybe there's just one on the windowsill. Kind of random, but why not? There's a feather there. There's just a feather, random feather there. Nah, it's just not. It's just so small. You can't see it anyway. You won't see the detail. I mean, if you could put it there, but you just can't. I mean, you won't see it. No, I don't know if anyone will pay attention to it or see it. Okay, I like this. I'm not gonna do any more to that. Like I said, I'm just gonna hit save. let's put this back into this. This so looks so weird. Let's go in here and just change this. Is it not wireframe, or how did I do it again? I did it on the fog thing. Like viewport of viewport display. That shows wireframe. There we go. So then at least I can see, you know, can see through it. It's not blocking. All right. Letters. We want some letters, so save. We can use this same curve and then have letters follow along that path, I believe. I'm gonna add mesh. Where's text? Sorry, add text. And then I don't know, some gibberish. Right, I've got some gibberish letters. No one knows what it means. We're going to space out these word spacing, some character spacing. We're going to, of course, add a tiny bit of extrusion. Then this will be ink color, so new. I should just do ink. So that'll be the ink, written ink, and then we want to duplicate this. I'll move this up. Go to here. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. And get rid of the extrusion. I'm just left with the curve. We're going to add a modifier to our curve. We're going to say deform to curve, and the curve will be this. And there's our cool letters, right? I'm going to move this down. Right now they're going the wrong way. So it's the X. X is fine. There we go. Is it inverted though? I mean, that's fine. I don't mind that. Let's go here. Can we go minus? Minus 1? No. Whoa. Coming out the book. Okay. Got the same issue here. Even though it's extruded, it does one side. So if I was to get the text and the modifier geometry solidify, that fixes that issue. But let's see. Let's zero this out. There we go. Object, center, origin, surface of mesh. There we go. So now if I move along the X, there we go. And then I can kind of put this in, scale it back down. Maybe I don't wanna. Maybe I do want the text to have a different material. Let's go back to that last material we created. Was it 5? Or I'll just do new just to be safe. It was 5. That's 5. This 26. Anyway, let's maybe. Maybe, maybe. It's kind of they got some kind of words going on here. The cool thing is we can type in whatever we want, you know. You can write whatever. You can put your own name in there. Put in challenge, Blender, 3D. You know. Um, you can put whatever you want in there. It's quite cool, right? Of course, you can change the scale of the font. So there's font. Of course, you can change the sizes. I mean, the actual. Oops. Share it. Nah, we don't need to share it. I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Maybe the material itself. Maybe I can just randomize the colors, but it's not bad. Go in here. Let's do character spacing. Um, only thing I have a problem with is it upside down? The letters are inverted, right? Does it matter? Doesn't matter too much. I'm being so picky on everything. Like I said, there we go. Zero that. Cool. Ease that. I'm not. Get off. There we go. I don't know if that's doing anything or not. Or we just went straight to object. Boom. some. That needs to go to mapping. There we go. We've got different colors going on here. I don't know. Is it too much? Maybe the letters are too big. Maybe it's now too busy with the dots and that. Let's get rid of the. Let's get rid of the. Let's turn this off a second. Now the dots make it more interesting. Perhaps it's just the spread offset. I think the letters are something. Maybe we go back to ink. So it's the words coming off the page or new and is it just too thick? Maybe they're too thick. Maybe it's too dark. I don't know. Maybe it needs just a light in the middle to kind of cast the shadow of the letters out as well and the spiral. Let's just add a. I'm just gonna. I'm at this point. I can't go wrong, right? I mean, I can make it worse. That's all I can do. See, I can see the shadows of that. Let the text going on there. So if I look at it from above. Can't see any shadows casting off of that. There we go. I can see the. I can see something going on here. Can I? Oh no, that's just the actual letters I'm looking at. What am I talking about? Guess the other lights are washing out this. Kind of like that. Actually, do you know what? I know it's silly. I know using the subsurf for a lot of things, but does it actually do anything? Like, does it help if the lights kind of? It's making it transmission. I don't know. I'm just kind of. I don't know. I want this to be. Set this to 1, and this is. Oh, sorry, to 0, not to 1. Set this to 0. Maybe that's more better. Even more thinner. I think that's better. I don't even need the. There we go. Okay, I'll just do that. I think it's just the thickness doesn't work. I kind of wanted some blues in there too, but just be pink. Or maybe it was too much. I don't know. Where's this one? Tab. Sign. it away from everything over here. Actually, I could get away with that. Maybe gold? I think that's alright, you know. I am happy with this. Join down. Okay. Sorry, I go quiet sometimes. Yeah, this looking okay. I know I've got some. It looks like I've got some clipping in it. It's just the clipping, but that's fine. It's just from the draw distance. Maybe text I could kind of. I think that's it. I should call it. I should call it. I just need to set up my camera, maybe get the shot I need, or even that. I'm just happy just using that orthographic there. Yeah, I'm happy. You can see some letters. I can move the. Of course, I can move these letters around. Maybe that's better. Save. So I saved it, right? Let me just save. Let me go here, render settings. So in this the max samples for the viewport. So the normal render is 4096. Let's just do 2048. Let's just up the number of samples here. See how that looks. Oh, it looks okay. I don't think upping the sample super will have much effect on it. Can't see anything different. I like that. I really like the glows. I like the book. Cool. I really like this. This was randomly. I wasn't expecting to do that, but it worked well. But it turned out well for me, I think. And I faked the fog light with an object. But yeah, like I said, hit save. Now I saved it. Now with this backdrop, because now you've seen many times just change the colors, and look how the colors change the whole feel. It's just crazy, right? So I'm gonna change that brightness, and then I went for a different color. It just, yeah, so you get a whole different mood and feeling from it. Even just going for something like that, or just focus on the. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how that affects everything. Anyway, I think I'll call it an end. Thank you if you watched it and got this far in the video. Bye bye.